software access to 2,300 students and faculty members, enabling free learning. And this year's Solar Decathlon was the largest solar decathlon than all other decathlons combined in the world. So put our hands together and welcome P.C. Thomas from Design Builder.
Morning, everyone. Good to see you all. I see a lot of people are still having coffee, but that'd be great. Thank you to SDI. It's my privilege to start the day off today. I started working with building energy simulation at TERI about 35 years ago. And I'm lucky enough to continue working with building energy efficiency projects. And in Australia, I do that, plus teach students and help to train peers in the industry about this technique. We know that buildings are not identical or mass manufactured, like smartphones, for example. You can't test prototypes rigorously before you release a final building into the marketplace. Every building is unique, as you know, otherwise we wouldn't have a job. What would architects and engineers do if we did have mass-produced buildings? But because of that, testing a building after it is built is way too late. We all know that. And that's why digital models are so important. They allow us to simulate the performance of that building before it is built. And this is particularly important for India's net zero goals, as India works with the global community in adapting buildings for the worsening effects of climate change. What you guys do brings hope for us into the future. I've had the pleasure of sitting in on some of the presentations yesterday and looked at the way students, young engineers, young architects have been using all these analytical methods, and we can see some really, really strong outputs. Solar Decathlon India has started a transformation where young architects and engineers are learning how to use these techniques on a scale that we have not seen anywhere else in the world. I really would like to congratulate Solar Decathlon India for this wonderful competition. The team, Dr. Satish, Dr. Prasad, all the people behind them, some of them are Suyashi, Amanda, Pradeep, Sujit, Itabrata, Pooja, and all the people from IIHS and AEEE have done such a fantastic job. It is so wonderful to see that. We at Design Builder Software Australia have been happy to support Solar Decathlon India in this journey from the beginning. Design Builder provides an easy-to-use interface to access the power of some of the most advanced simulation engines in the world. Energy Plus for energy and comfort, Radiance for daylighting, and into the future, OpenFOAM for CFD. This is important for net zero buildings because every net zero building should be simulated during the design stage. Our association with SDI has allowed us to reach faculty members and students from over 300 colleges in India. And this is really, really fantastic. These young faculty, future professionals, are being well prepared to decarbonize India's buildings using modern digital tools. This is also the opportunity for experienced professionals to probably learn how these tools can be used to deliver these desperately needed net zero buildings that not only India, but the world requires. And our engineers and architects do reach the world. I must tell you that in Australia, it took us over 2 decades to mainstream high-performance buildings. And I urge everyone here today that we make this journey faster for India. India is a much more varied country with a huge population. They can really benefit from comfortable buildings which have no emissions. And the timing for this could not be more opportune or urgent. In closing, I'd like to congratulate all the teams who took part. Just deciding to participate shows you are interested in changing the world. I wish you the best of luck. Best wishes to the finalists. May the best team win. Thank you.
Thanks, B.C. Thomas. Thanks for your inspiring speech, for your support that you have shown over the years to Solar Decathlon India and to other Solar Decathlon participating teams. I also hear that you have been busy preparing a module which will allow or enable students to run the houses along with air condition and with natural ventilation in mixed mode for students for next year. This is very important because students will be able to run the simulations of their houses, of Indian houses in Indian way, and actually how the houses are being operated in India, right? We have ACs and we keep the doors open. So this is fantastic for us. So let's put a round of applause again for P.C. Thomas and Design Builder and for the support that they have shown to Solar Decathlon India over the years. And we hope this support continues. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot again. All right. Shall we proceed with winner announcements now? No, we have one more important thing to do. We have among us Gagandeep, or Gagan here, who is left her high-powered job with the Boeing company to start the superhuman race. And what does it do? It measures good. It measures good of the company. The superhuman race platform is currently being used over 31 countries with organizations, with one of the world's most responsible organizations and recognizable brands. She has presented India in United Nations headquarters. She has been the speaker in the United Nations General Assembly twice. She has been in the Power List of 100 in India 2023. She was featured alongside global CEOs of multi-billion-dollar organizations in the UN Global Compact CEO study, formally launched in the World Economic Forum last year. Prior to being at Boeing, Gagan worked for defense and aerospace startup alongside former Indian President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam's scientific advisory team and researchers from across the world. She is passionate and vocal about the role of data in solving environmental equity issues and has been mentoring mid-career women leaders to reach their full potential. I can go on for the whole day with her accomplishments and achievements, but I think this is enough. And with this, I would like to invite Gagan on the stage to give her keynote address. Gagan, please.
Sorry to keep you guys waiting, just one more second.
Hello.
All right, good morning. I'm so happy to be here. So I think the best part for me of being here so far is that just like most of you students in the room, I don't come from architecture. You come from architecture. I don't come from architecture, but just like most of you, this has been quite the learning experience for me. And today, actually, I prepared to tell 3 secrets to you. These secrets have been the thread that has connected my life. It has helped me get whatever I want. And I do believe that if you're able to deploy these 3 secrets in your own life, you will be able to get absolutely anything you want. The best job, high-powered career, the person of your dreams to be by your side for the rest of your life, anything you want. And so, what are these 3 secrets? The first secret is starting at the end. Superhuman Race is a company that measures good. When I tell anyone that we measure good, they have this strange notion of, in my mind, I'm thinking that they are thinking about some kind of snake charmer, right? It's not science, it doesn't work. How can you measure good? Good has been around for centuries. Since humans have been around, good has been around, maybe even before that. And nobody has measured it, so how are you going to do that, right? Why did we start measuring good? Or what is starting at the end? So how did this measurement of good concept start, right? I started at the end by just having a vision. And that vision was that I want to make good count for something. If good has been around for centuries, why does it not get anyone anything? Are the best people we know, are they the most successful? Do they have everything that they want in their lives usually? When I started looking around while I was still at Boeing, I found that good people, in fact, had nothing special in their lives, right? They were not getting promoted over others. Usually they were losing promotions, in fact. They were not landing the best dates. They were not getting anything, right? They were not losing weight. They were not getting anything. So what's the point of being good, right, is what I started thinking. But what that also led me to sort of see in a world decades ahead was that I could see a world where good counted for something, where good was valued. But how do you value something that is not measured? So we started measuring good because I could see a world where good would count for something. And that's the reason why you need to start at the end. If you can see the end, you'll be able to start. If you can't see the end, there is really no start. You're just going day by day with the routine, right? And so once I had this vision, the next thing, and this is sort of the most important part of starting at the end, right, is that once you've identified where the world needs to be, we need to recognize that the protagonists in this story are not going to be the builders of this story. So if I'm building Superhuman Race to measure good and to create a world where good counts for something, I cannot be the superhuman myself. I'm the sidekick. So who's the superhuman? Who's my protagonist? It's super important to identify the protagonist for your story. Yesterday when I was walking around the rooms, I was hearing a lot of technical interest details, and I was hearing questions, and some of it was scary for me because I did not know the answers. But a lot of it was inspiring because it was learning. But I was wondering whether a lot of you had put your heart and soul into your protagonist. Who's the protagonist in the house that you're building? Is it the project partner that's funding the project? Or is it the person that's going to live in that house for the next 40 years and they are going to see special milestones take place in that house? Is it going to be comfortable for them? Are they going to achieve things because they live in that beautiful house that you've created? So it's super important to identify the protagonist. In our story of trying to make the world a better place, fortunately, our protagonists were at the opposite end of the spectrum. So these are the things that my protagonists cared about: branding, capital, profit, ROI, innovation, growth. None of these things are on the same side of the spectrum as good usually. They are all wasteful, they are capitalistic, right? So how do I get my protagonist to make good the currency of transaction, right? Versus money, which most of these things either requires or produces as an output. And so that is where we started thinking about our protagonist as a person. And I actually sat yesterday half the day building a simulation that I'm going to show to you today using real data with one of the achievements of the platform for our protagonist. But this is the life of our protagonist, that is a real estate developer. So if my protagonist, one of my users that cares about profitability, is a real estate developer, what they want to do is that they want to scan their portfolio for risks. Because risks are what will reduce their profit, which will limit their access to capital and so on, right? And so as they are doing this scanning, they have usually hundreds of people on site, of which at least tens of people are looking at some of these different things. So they are looking at materials, they're looking at safety, they are looking at money from procurement data, different systems, different people, trying to identify all the risks across a company's business that is a real estate developer. So what did we do? What we did was that we brought all kinds of data together. And in fact, this dashboard that you see is informed by 2 million data points. But you will not see 2 million data points here. It'll tell you exactly what you need to do, right? So it essentially, this chart on the right, which has fixed issues, was one of the first charts that resonated with our very first protagonist, who thought that good could be measured for their own benefit, right? So on the x-axis of this chart, you see the consumption of different materials that are used in construction. And on the y-axis, you see haulage, so the distance that the material is traveling. Both of these are obviously sources of emissions, so more than 90% of construction emissions will come from construction materials. They are also sources of cost, obviously, because transporting and consuming these materials is going to be a vector for cost also for them. And this is standard. So RMC is obviously going to be used in huge quantities, then glass. The diameter of the circle is the emissions from that material. So you see consumption, you see haulage, and you see the emissions from that material, and this is standard. But the chart says that there are issues. So what happens when they click on issues is that in real life, what would happen is that they will start superimposing engineering drawings or architectural drawings on top of whatever data they are getting from the site to come to exactly this answer. And this is where it gets super fun, right? So as you drill down to the issue, you identify that across 3 of the projects for this particular real estate developer, there is an opportunity in terms of cost savings and emissions avoided. And how is that opportunity emerging? So at this point in time, it was not evident or clear how that opportunity would be available. But the moment you start switching the views and you convert your date data into project data, and then you go one step further and you convert your emissions data to your project data, and then you just turn off consumption, you realize that the problem is haulage, right? So there is almost a perfect correlation between haulage and emissions, which was not evident when we were looking at consumption. So in consumption, project 1 had the highest emissions, right? And why did this matter? This mattered because the moment they identified that the problem is haulage, which if they had to do in real life, they would have to look at design, they would have to look at supplier contracts, they would have to send someone to site, they would have to look at, what are the averages across all their projects. It would be super hard. But I built this literally yesterday in 2 hours, and even previously when they had discovered this, they had done it through the main dashboards. What this helped them to do was find that the problem was haulage. And then when they reduced that risk, how did they mitigate that risk? Because it's a haulage problem, you can renegotiate with your suppliers, or you can find new suppliers that can provide the same material to you, but closer at site. So making the case for local sourcing, they were actually able to save almost 3 CR. That's a lot of money. They were able to add that to their bottom line, and they were able to avoid emissions. So after hearing this, you're probably wondering, are there, actual real protagonists that Gagan is talking about that pay for something like this? This is, in fact, a short list of our clients and partners. It's not a full list, but you'll see that some of the world's largest brands are trying to now align with this problem. And this is my last slide for starting at the end. So my end was that I want to make good count for something. So we started counting good or measuring good. And now all these companies, our protagonists, are actually making sure that good gets measured. What that is also resulting in is that now there's data, there's regulation that is coming out in different parts of the world that is aligning that measurement of good with benchmarking. How are you racking and stacking up against each other? Which brings us to our second secret. So the first part of the platform demo, I think, sort of begs the question in terms of how is this different from a dashboard, or how is this special? So I'm going to cover that in terms of why do all these companies come to us, and what does the landscape look like, and how did we start that process of discovery? How did we get to a point where all these data points come together, right? And that is the ABC formula: abstraction, balance, and creativity. So I have another chart for you, but this is a really fun one, I promise. So on this chart, we have the degree of abstraction on the x-axis and the universe of adjacent problems on the y-axis. What is the degree of abstraction? the way that I explain this concept to anyone is that the most important thing here is abstraction. What does abstraction mean? Abstraction means removing the specificity from the problem. Whenever you get a problem, if you just remove the specific nature of the problem and you abstract it a little bit, you should be able to get higher up on the y-axis, where you're now able to solve a wider universe of problems using the abstraction that you've created. Does this work in real life? So I'll give you an example from hundreds of centuries ago, maybe. Not hundreds of centuries, but centuries ago, where somebody, for the first time, served cooked food in metal utensils. What do you think the specific problem was that came out of that great, delicious food that was served? The specific problem was that we want to be able to reuse the metal utensils, right? Because we want all our cooked food, which we are now cooking a lot of, to be served in metal utensils. So the very specific solution to that specific problem that this person came out with was that I'm going to use my hands and a lot of water to wash the utensils. So there is a very specific solution to a very specific problem, right? But it's extremely wasteful, which is the nature of all specific solutions to very specific problems. They are solving that problem, but usually the first iteration is also the most wasteful solution or inefficient solution that you can come up with. So what more could have been done? So then another person came along and he said that what I'm going to do is that I am going to come up with a chemical that is able to bond with grime. And that's going to help solve this problem. So it's a cleaning agent. It bonds with grime, so it's able to bond with grime and remove grime, and it's going to use less water than before. And that's a great solution, right? Because now this solution is going to help everyone who has metal utensils and is eating cooked food clean the metal utensils. But then what happened is even more powerful. Another person came along, and what she said was that, how about I create a chemical? So she got into a deep study of chemistry, and she said, how about I create a chemical that can bond with any free particle and remove it from an inert surface? And what that did, so this solution had the potential to actually go ahead and be used as, a super cleaning agent in industrial applications, residential applications, pretty much any inert surface and any free particles on it, grime, oil, dust, anything now could be cleaned, and there was no water that was being used, right? And then we abstracted the problem one step further. So another person came along and they said that if you abstract the problem high enough, we know that metal comes from God, food comes from God, and grime comes from God. So we don't need to clean anything. That is where balance and creativity come in, right? So you can abstract the problem, but if you abstract it too much, it will take you to a place where there is no solution that is required, right? So the balance is striking the balance on the x-axis and the y-axis, where your degree of abstraction is continuing to solve a wider universe of problem, and the creativity is doing these iterations. It's only the iterations that will actually even inspire your creativity. So how does this apply to our space, right? So if we look at the space of measuring good and all the things that we need in order to measure good, this is the universe. The first, I think, obviously, is the absolute abstraction that climate change is a myth, so nothing needs to be done. And this is true across everything. I hear words like gender fatigue on UN gender calls, where somebody is saying that, these are myths, right? So we can leave that segment out. But if we look at problem solvers and innovations, the first problem for measuring good is that data for good is extremely hard to capture. Whether it is for an individual or for an organization, that data resides in various pockets. It is extremely dynamic. And the wider the operations, so even as an individual, if you're doing a lot of different things, it's harder to capture the good that you're doing versus if you're just doing one thing, right? So about 45 years ago now, or 40 years ago now, what started happening was that for capturing good, we started developing a lot of different tools and systems. Microsoft Excel, for example, is a powerful example of a tool that can capture any kind of data, right? There's also system integration, there's manual input. So these are all the systems that started evolving for capturing good. And I've put them at the low end of the spectrum because they capture good, but they cannot capture multivariate good from across different places together. So you would always have to, sort of capture these good and then bring them to a place to bring it together. So that's where the second part of the innovation happened. And this is amazing. I did not know this until I started working on this presentation. Almost to the T, 1.5 decades later, we started seeing the first abstraction of the problem express itself in these automations, the reports that were being produced by these systems, Fera, Workiva, Enablon, Measurable. I'm focusing on good for, as it is called, sustainability or ESG today, but I'll also get to like the broader applications in a minute. But these tools, they started capturing data as well as automating the reports that came out of the data, and they started integrating with systems and Excel and so on, right? So it's a little bit of an abstraction of the problem, which gives you a much better result, because now you can just pull the report out of the system and submit it wherever you need to submit it. Then another decade and a half later, tools like Power BI and Tableau came, which were now able to connect your data with visualizations. You can see the data, you can interact with the data, you can start deriving some insights, and then people started using PowerPoint to share these insights. So this was the universe for the ABC formula before we started working on this problem in 2016. And so what did we do when we started working here? Any guesses? We started at the end. What do we want people to do? We want people to take action. If we want people to take action, we need to have all of this and more, right? So we started integrating with all the data automation tools. We automated the reports. The visualization that you saw today was produced on the Superhuman Race platform with no integration with any other system. And we started sharing these insights, but we did many other things which are not on this graph. So because we wanted people to take action, and action is not the function of a single data point. Action is the function of usually millions of data points that need to be represented as a story. So the story that you saw, the action it resulted in was that somebody sourced that material locally. The reason to do that was that millions of data points from procurement, from material consumption, from design, from other sites that were in the same location, were they more wasteful, were they less wasteful? All of these different data points, impact on emissions, where does that put us on GRESB or DJSI, right? Standards where we want to be known as leaders, right? So all of these millions of data points, they started coming together to push them towards the action that needed to be taken. So their win was, the protagonist won because he was able to save money and lead the competition in terms of being sustainable. But we won because he took action. He was able to source locally and reduce his emissions significantly. And that is where we won, right? And now it gets even more interesting, because the data, we used to have 4 data models. Today we have only 2 data models that we are working on. And those data models are actually taking data that is helping identify high-risk pregnancies, helping reduce emissions, which is an example that I showed to you. And they are helping migrant laborers with social security, while also improving the productivity per worker for the corporates that they are working for. So with 2 data models, just 2 data models, and actually ideally we want to be at 1 data model, but right now with 2 data models, we are able to solve a very wide spectrum of problems, because we were not trying to solve the specific problem of a specific user for X, Y, Z, whatever, right? I want to reduce emissions, I want to be more profitable, I want my reputation to be good. We were abstracting the problem and aligning it with our end, which is to make good the currency of the world we live in. And that brings us to our third secret, which is actually, in some ways, my favorite. And that is the tribal mindset. So first, I'll tell you why I call this the tribal mindset, right? When I was thinking about this concept, I was thinking about a number of different words. Like people say it takes a village. I have a 3-year-old son, so I hear this a lot. And I'm grateful for the village I have to sort of take care of him. It takes a village, but a village is limited by geographic boundaries. Can we think of another form of alignment, like ideological alignment, something like a religion? No, it's limited because, you have to sort of follow the rituals and all of that, right? So I decided to call this a tribal mindset because I think that tribes are special in 3 ways. The first way in which tribes are really special, and this third secret, if you don't have this, even if you have the first 2 secrets completely figured out, you're not going to be able to achieve that dream that I started with. Even if it is to get the person of your dreams, even in that you need a wingman or a wingwoman who's setting you up for success, right? So this is a super important secret. The first, most important quality that I like in tribes is that they care deeply about inanimate things. We've seen many examples where tribes will go to war because somebody tried to cut a tree that they thought belonged to the tribe, right? And I think that is significant. And again, when you apply abstraction to this, I used to work at the Boeing company, and I used to have tears in my eyes as I would walk the factory floor. I was so inspired to be part of this magical industry that built airplanes. Today, I work at Superhuman Race, and I can go to war with someone, if they are not doing their data right. When you start caring deeply about things that you cannot see, touch, feel, that don't give you anything or don't take anything from you, so there's no transaction, there's no interaction, it just exists. I think if you're able to find all those people that care about the same things, you start building a tribe. And I like to believe that at Superhuman Race, the tribe that is building Superhuman Race is a tribe of warrior scientists, right? They care deeply about climate, about good, but we are doing it with science, and that is what connects us. So you need to find your tribe. The second is sharing information through stories. So tribes are also really good because if you imagine like any tribe, I don't think you will be able to imagine like them sitting on their laptops and creating documentation. What they do really well is that they tell stories about what needs to happen, what has happened, what has worked, what hasn't worked. And at the end of the day, when you think about it, what is culture? Culture is a set of informal stories that we tell each other that are not documented anywhere. And when you abstract it further, that culture can extend to a home, to a company, to a city, to a country. And we are building it all the time by telling the stories that we choose to tell or not tell, right? And so this was very important for me because this form of sharing information, even about impersonal things, is extremely personal because we are creating stories. And the third thing about tribes that is special is that it's not a top-down approach. There is consensus building, collective decision-making happens. And why is this important? This is important because I think that in that democratic process of decision-making where everybody has a voice, you hear and learn things which you cannot hear, learn, imagine independently, right? So the power of, it's sort of like the Gestaltist theory, right? So the whole is greater than the sum of the parts when you have this figured out. And what it also means, which I truly believe at Superhuman Race, is that this consensus building and learning from the wisdom of others has made us very humble students of great teachers. And it has helped us evolve faster than almost anyone around us, right? And on the topic of students, I think I don't want to end this presentation on what Superhuman Race has done. I want to end this presentation with an ask of every student in the room. And I have, again, 3 things that I'm going to ask of you. First is that you be audacious. As you start imagining the world 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 years down the line, come up with your most audacious vision of what it's going to be. Don't let anyone limit you. Don't let anything limit you. The next ask that I have of you is that you rebel and you create. Yesterday was a test of what you've learned so far. When you enter the real world, it'll be a test of what you need to unlearn so that you can create something new, something magical, something that has never existed before. So don't be bold. Just don't be afraid to unlearn everything you've learned till date and start afresh. And the last task I have of you is be proudly frugal. And I think this is super important. We have so many resources at our disposal, and yet we have too few because we've become a consumerist economy. How do we take pride in being frugal? Less of everything. Fight to protect every tiny resource that is available to you. Become superhuman.
Thanks again for that inspiring speech. Thanks for the inspiring speech, right? We would like to request you to be on stage because we'd like to take one question, because we won't want this chance to go by. We have given so much to them. You don't want to become a superhuman. They want to know how, maybe, right? So one short question. So, right, so before we go, right, so you students, we read, right? We got it right. Be audacious, be rebel, and be really proud of being frugal. Become superhuman. Any of you have a question how to do it? Any one question? I can take one question. Anyone who wants to have a question with Gagan? Any burning question that you have that, okay, this is what you said, but this is what I would like to ask? No? Okay, I didn't have a question because I was also listening, and so many things I learned today. It was an amazing experience for me as well. So one thing I was noting, you said that you need to unlearn, right? You learn a lot of things, you unlearn and then do it again. Does that put you in a zone of discomfort? I guess it does. It puts you in a zone of discomfort, right? And that sometimes fear stops us from doing that. So in a short way, it can be a long answer as well, but I would say a pointed way, how do we do that? How do we put ourselves, overcome that fear of unlearning and then putting outside the box of comfort zone, and how do we do that again?
I think by being humble students of great teachers, I think that, every problem is also a teacher at the end of the day, right? I learn best when somebody gives me a challenge and I don't have an answer, I don't have a solution. And as I go on that journey of discovery, I reject. In fact, I'll give you an example to top this up. This is something that is resonating with a lot of our protagonists today, and I'll share this story with you. So I'm not from the sustainability space. I come from the most unsustainable industry of all time, right? I come from aerospace as a discipline. So when I came to sustainability, I started learning from two teachers. Alok, my co-founder, is one of them. And another one is Dwaipayan, who was one of our first protagonists, right? And they taught me everything that, not everything that they know, but a lot of things that they know. And then when I started solving the problem of getting to the truth, data is useless if it's not true. It needs to be true. That is the challenge that I have. Nobody is going to trust good anymore if what my measurement is saying is wrong, right? So I started looking that material example. If you take it one step further, how were the emissions calculated in that material example? There is a set of agencies around the world, EPA of DEFRA, EPA of the US or DEFRA of the UK, and so on, right? In India, there are also published standards for emission factors, but these are all static libraries. So we were taking static libraries and we were applying them on quantities of material in order to come out with the emissions produced by that material. And that created a dissonance in me, right? So that journey of discovery, you can't start at the end right away because the end is hard to see. But once you see it through that journey of discovery, you get there. So we started coming up with the concept of something that is known as dynamic emission factors. What that means is that it doesn't matter what somebody says the emission factor for glass is. It doesn't matter what you've published in your EPD. We are just going to take monthly data from you. Because it's possible that in your EPD, you're assuming 100% or 50% recycling and 50% access to green power, which may not exist in your location. Maybe you're in a power-poor location, right? And so maybe you're using DG a lot. So I want to know what is the emission associated with that square meter of glass that you produced in that factory. And now our data models are able to do it. But for that, we had to unlearn what had been the only way to measure emissions so far, which was to look at the static emission factors in EPDs and follow the same LCA methodology. But now, the tool has the potential to create an ongoing, alive LCA for materials.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Let's put a hand together for Gagandeep again, and thanks for your time.
At the risk of quoting your displeasure, I just wanted to say, Gagan, your presentation was really inspirational. I have to say it on behalf of everyone listening to you. And my question is, how do you be super and human at the same time? So I think that's the question for the next generation.
We're really out of time. Aruna, that's a great question, and I think it's going to be a challenge for me to solve when we talk next time.
But superb, thank you.
Thanks again, once again. Now, good. So action is a function of million data points. That can be a mantra. What I also can, apart from learning 1,000 things here, I also learned one thing more. Now I know why I never got a promotion, never got a date, because I'm good at heart. Moving on. Time for the divisional winner announcements. Ready? So we are going to announce the divisional winners. And as I announce the names, I would just request the team lead to come up and say one sentence, right? Exactly one sentence about what they are feeling right now. But we won't announce the runners-up. That will be left later for the evening. We'll just announce the winners so that you can go and prepare for your grand jury pitch. And before I go that, I will again sincerely request, implore, plead the people to please put your phone on silent as a respect towards the dignitaries we have on board with us, or who are going to speak here. Anybody who's speaking here, please respect that. Please put your phone on silent. Please don't take a call within this room. And if you take a call, please go outside and take a call. Please put your phone on silent. I could still hear mobile voices ringing, which is not good. Please put your phone on silent mode. Okay, moving on. First up, winner of Community, Resilience, Shelter Division. Team Ektara from Vishweshwarya Institute of Technology and Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. Team Ektara's team leader, please come up. Quick. One line of how you're feeling right now and what you want.
It's actually Ekatra, but okay. I'm really glad. I'm really happy today. It was quite unexpected. But I'm really thankful for my team for doing everything we could. Our faculty lead, Meenal ma'am, thank you so much. It has been a really great journey. I'm really happy right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for that, Iktra. Okay. Next up, the winner of Construction Housing Division. Construction Workers Housing Division. Team Samarthan from SMEF's Big School of Architecture and BR's Brax Vishwakarma Institute of Information Technology. Come on, you should not die up. You should keep on. Please.
I would like to thank all my team members and all the faculty members, those who supported us. And this is just a beginning of innovative, sustainable future. Thank you.
Next, Educational Building Division. One that you all would care about at least because you all are students here now. Winner of Educational Building Division, Team Nova 2.0 from Jamia Millia Islamia. Please, 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 should not die down, should not die down.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank my Almighty, Alhamdulillah, that we got this. This is the jam of our, not 9 months, it's 2 years hard work. We were here last year also, but we couldn't make it to the award. But thank you so much. Thank you, SDI. Thank you.
Perseverance is the key. Next up, multi-family housing division. Oh, I can see this. Oh. Team Genesis from NMIMS, Balban State School of Architecture, and NMIMS, Mukesh Patel School of Technology, Management, and Engineering. Please. One sentence to express yourself.
I'd like to start by thanking my project partners for supporting us the most, and also every person who's helped us through every step of the way. Most importantly, my faculty lead, and actually, most importantly, my tribe and my team who've been the heart and soul of the project from the very beginning.
Thank you. Next up, winner of Office Building Division. Right. Many others will be interesting here, all the stalwarts from industry. Let's see. Office Building Division winner, Team Akang from BMS College of Architecture and BMS College of Engineering. Quick, quick, quick.
Really happy today, and this entire thing I'll give credit to my team, Akang, who have been part since day one, 9 months of work into it, and of course, how can we forget our faculty members? They were like our team members almost into it, and definitely our project partners, industry partners. I think they are here today. Huge round of applause for them as well. Thank you so much.
Finally, we have winner of Residential Cooling Retrofit Division. And the winner is Team Resolution from IES College of Architecture, Dwarkadas J. Sangvi College of Engineering, Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj, Pawar College of Architecture, and United World Institute of Design.
Product division was the first time that this thing was happening, and it was a tough challenge before us, as in what exactly are we going to figure out and how are we going to do that, but extremely proud and extremely grateful to the entire team of Team Resolution, and make yourself cooler with Koala. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's put a round of applause for all the winners. I can see some tears. I can see some happiness. It is great. But all the winners, you can now go and prepare yourselves for the grand jury presentations. You have until 3 p.m., 1500 hours. And from then, we start the grand jury presentation. If you want to iron out your presentation, you can do that now. And that's it from the winners' side. So let's put a hand applause together for all the winners. So, now that winners are announced, you are thinking, what next? What next is going to happen? You have seen the agenda, right? What's next? I'm not going to answer that. To answer that, I would like to invite Prasad Vaidya, Director of Solar Decathlon India, Aroma Ravi, Director of IIHS, Satish Kumar, President and Director of AEEE, and Guru Prakash Shastri, Associate Vice President and Head of Climate Action Infosys, to answer that for us and for all of us. Please welcome them on stage with a round of applause.
Thanks, Pradeep. Congratulations, winners. And those who didn't win, congratulations to you too. Or you can be there. And I'm saying congratulations because I know Solar Decathlon India is not an easy competition. It's really tough. And getting to the finals itself is quite an achievement. So, you know, winners in this forum happen. Some people get recognized and other people have to go on with life. So then the question becomes, what next? We didn't win, what next for us? Of course, there's the question of what next for the winners as well. So we're going to try and answer some of these questions with the guys that we have over here. And we'll try to do this in time, and I want to also make sure that your questions get answered. So I'd like to make this a panel where we get questions from the crowd. But I also want to make sure that different views are represented over here. So do you guys want to introduce yourselves in any way? No? Okay. All right, then. So SDI started about 4 years ago, and you know, we are here now. People talk about the numbers in terms of, say, 6,000 students. We talk about the fact that you know, there are 300 colleges that have participated. And last year we had the Council of Architecture that said, you know, why don't we get these net zero building requirements into the curriculum and start giving academic credit. So there's a bunch of things that have happened over these 4 years with SDI. But the question always remains, what next for the people who have participated in SDI? And that's the question maybe that we want to talk about here. It's not about what next for SDI after SDI. It's the question about what next for the people who became part of this community in SDI. And that's kind of what we're trying to go and take a look at today. Okay, so the first question that I'm going to have is for Aro. But I first want to find out what kind of ages do we have over here in the room? So do we have somebody, who are the people who are above 50? Just raise your hands. Okay. So climate change is not much of a problem for you guys because in 20 years or something. Same here. What about those who are above 25? Huh, I'm seeing the same hands go up. Okay. What about those who are above 20? That's a lot of hands, right? Okay. Those above 18?
Prasad, your question framing is wrong.
I'm switching it now. Do we have anybody under 20? 2 people. 3. Anybody under 18? Under 18? Can you introduce yourself? You can just say who you are, what your name is, and what you do. How come you're here?
Hi, my name is Vin. Hello, everyone. My name is Veda, and I'm just here to support the SDI team. That's all. Nice to meet you all. Congratulations. Yeah.
Yes, Veda, what do you do? What's your thing in life?
Being happy.
Oh. Love it. So, Aro, the question really is for somebody like Veda, and maybe the people who are in that age group. You go around the world and talk to a lot of important people, and you reflect on climate change, and you've got a lot of the science stuff figured out, and you also know what's happening to our economy and communities. So maybe just a little bit of idea to somebody like Veda, what should she be expecting in the next 20 years in how the economy and society is going to change?
So, apart from Veda, who I've met before, I've also met Greta Thunberg. In fact, I was at the UN when Greta Thunberg actually glared at the former president of the United States, fine, and basically said, listen to the scientists. And I guess slight correction to what Prasad was saying just now is, climate is not only a challenge for people who are under 18, it's a challenge for every one of us here. And the reason is very simple. The science is very clear. We are in the middle of a 1.5 overshoot. We will be there in under 10 years. And I hope that most of us in this room will be around when that actually happens. The difficulty, of course, is that the world that we know today is going to change so rapidly that we actually can't imagine it. And I think part of that imagination is what you people are doing here. Rebuilding a future in which we can completely unthink a lot of the ideas that came to us from the 20th century when many of us were educated, and a lot of the systems that we actually driving our current economy. So India is a big country, the largest country in terms of population. It's 3 trillion going to, you know what. But the challenge for us is much of the things that we do, the entire process that we're working with are driven by 3 things. Fossil fuel, fossil fertilizers, we wouldn't get our food without that, and fossil water. This is no longer possible to maintain. And as that changes, the world is going to change for us completely. And I think you people are going to actually live through that process. So in terms of jobs, in terms of opportunities, this is one of the biggest things that you will see over the next 20 or 30 years because you will be in the middle of this storm. But if you don't succeed to do what we're trying to do here across the country, involving hundreds of millions of people, then we're all going to both suffer and, of course, not reach out to the huge opportunity that this country, this subcontinent in some senses has. Because we still have to build much of what's going to happen in the next 20 or 30 years. And if we do what the Chinese did, and that is build too fast and build too dirty, then we'll be in trouble for a long time. So we have the opportunity here to be able to change things in a way that we absolutely cannot imagine. And we're very grateful that we have a whole range of partners here who are trying to make this possible. Designers, OEM manufacturers, Infosys, which has led this process for a long time, and people like Prasad and Satish, who are the Homi Babas, and in a sense, the Dr. Sarabhais of their generation, fine? This is not ISRO, this is SDI.
So I don't know what kind of persona I'm supposed to have now. I really didn't know much about Homi Baba in terms of how he walked around or something. But let me try. That thoughtful enough? So thanks, Aro. I think what you've talked about is sort of a picture of the fact that we have a lot of changes coming up, and they're coming in different sectors of the economy, and that we have to respond and may do a lot of things. But maybe I'm going to follow up with you and Satish and ask you something a little bit more specific. Imagine that we have a bunch of faculty members here and a bunch of students. What specifically are they likely to be doing if they were to be successful, if they were to be addressing this challenge? What are the kinds of career opportunities that might be out there? Because the economy is going to change. Is this something that you guys have reflected on? Is this something that you have thought about? Or are we just saying that, yeah, it's going to change, and yeah, we'll make it better, but we don't know how? What are the kinds of careers that we're expecting in the future?
So first of all, I think it's very embarrassing of Aro I think to put us in that situation. And before I answer that question, I thought that Veda's answer reminded me of my son. So when I asked him, what do you want to do? He said, I want to have fun. I said, no, but what do you want to do really in life? I want to have fun. So this is like, I think I want to be happy and fun. So I think I really laughed at that answer. I think we are all here, I think somewhat connected with Solar Decathlon India. And Prasad, to your question, I think I think everybody will have different take on that question. But my sense is, and I think what Aro said, that climate change changes everything. I think it literally changes everything for all of us. And the kind of world that we have inherited, as Aro said, I think is going to change drastically. And each one of you will have to play a very, very important role. Whether you want to be architects, I think you have to design future-proof buildings. Now, what those buildings would be, I think you are getting the glimpse of some of those things in terms of the design competition that you are going through. So that's a very straightforward line that, okay, I want to be a designer, I want to be an architect, I want to be a mechanical engineer designing super efficient cooling products. Like, congrats to all the winners, resolution. I saw your product and presentation, so that was wonderful. But I also feel that let us not be constrained by what is immediate and what comes naturally to you. I did my PhD from Carnegie Mellon, and one of the things that I still remember when we were graduating, I have my PhD in building performance, and I heard Gagan talk about that, what is that one thing on which you can go to war? And to me, it's like really building performance. And that is something that I feel that everyone should be thinking about, because it's a very objective way to evaluate your buildings. And I think in spite of all the greenwashing, some of the things that Infosys has done. So I would say that if you have to still operate in the built environment, because I am assuming that most of you will be, think about what are some adjacent profession where you are better suited. You may not be a good designer, but you could be a tremendous thinker in terms of big ideas thinker, or a policy maker. You may be disenchanted with the building energy codes that are there. Why are they not more aggressive enough? Can I actually go into policy setting? We do some work in policy. So I think that avenue is also open to you. Can I become a researcher? I think at IIHS and at even AEEE, we hire people who have PhDs and masters. So I think do you think you can actually go and do really deep work on material science, or like how do you actually cool buildings? What are passive cooling design building? So I feel that there are just tremendous opportunities, and it's not just a single straight line path that is in front of you. Some of you may become like teachers, and I think a teacher is another area where you can influence. All the prize winners came and they thanked their teachers. And we have people like Professor Ashok Lal, I think you have influenced such, I think, so many lives of people here. So I think being a teacher is an option for you, because you can pursue, I think, that passion. And finally, I would say that AEEE, we work in triple sector leadership. We work with businesses very closely. So business leadership, you can be entrepreneurs, you can become like a CEO of a large company, and how do you drive the sustainability within that company can something be that you can be very, very proud of. But do whatever you want to do. I think my thing is that make it objective, make it measurable, make it linked to performance. Thank you.
Thanks, Satish. Aro, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, just to pick up where Satish left off, I think our fundamental challenge here, because many of us are designers, is actually to do what we've seen Infosys do 15 years ago, 10 years ago. So what I didn't mention here is that apart from, Vikram Sarabhai and whatever it is, we also have Abdul Kalams in the room. Rohan is hiding somewhere, Guru is sitting next to me here. Because the real thing is to take the theory and apply it in practice. So the challenge for us is to absolutely do most of the buildings that we see and much of the infrastructure at factor 2 levels. We will not survive if we don't do that, fine?
What's factor 2?
Factor 2 basically means that you're doing 50% efficiency as far as all these fancy standards that we have. We have actually very good standards. India is fantastic at writing laws and producing standards. The challenge for us is in the implementation. So, you know, this building or any other building that we see, can we actually make it 50% more efficient? That's a minimum we have to get to, fine? Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere in terms of overshoot. But the real interesting thing as far as innovation is concerned is to go to factor 4. And if you want to go to factor 4, you've got to actually do everything in, you know, as far as climate is concerned, scope 1, 2, 3, the whole. So you've got to transform your supply chains, your production systems, your design processes, etc. That is the real challenge for us. And if India can get to move most of its building to factor 4, we've really got somewhere. And I think that is a core challenge for you. So let me give you some numbers. So we got let's say, a $3 trillion economy growing to, let's say, 5 trillion, right? The construction sector is about 11% of our economy, okay, 10, 12%, something of the order. So $300 billion in the construction sector. It's the most important sector in terms of employment as far as we're concerned. And who drives what kind of employment we can get? And you know, employment is very difficult in this country, but employment in the construction sector involves the poorest and the most vulnerable people who move from villages to come to cities to build these kind of places that we have that are fantastic, that's there. So I think one of the core things for us is the designs that you people work on, the products that you work on are going to determine not only the material flows, the energy flows, etc., but the jobs that are going to be created. So the huge opportunity for us is to build an employment and a job creation ecosystem that matches the reality of India today. You know, unfortunately, in many areas, we've gone into robotics to produce fancy cars and EVs and stuff like that. The challenge for us is to be able to build in a way that we can employ people gainfully so that most of them can be happy, like Veda said, but also so that that can be more productive, it can be resource efficient, fine, and very critically, that it can be resilient. Because the storms are going to come, the drought is going to come, we can see what Bangalore is going through, the heat is going to come. All of those things are known, the physics and the chemistry are known. So that's the opportunity for you to help create that job ecosystem, that economic ecosystem that will involve hundreds of millions of people over the next 15 or 20 years. And as designers, as managers, as people who do the research, you're going to help frame how those processes work themselves out. So obviously you're elites, fine? You've been trained and educated in good institutions. But what you do is not only going to affect your life, but the life of tens and millions, and if I may say so, maybe hundreds of millions of people, because we're going to add 350 million people to our urban areas in the next 20 years or more. This is the largest urbanization in the history of humankind. And we are set to make a mess of it. That's why we created IHS, fine, to try and fix part of that. So you folks are going to be at the cutting edge of that process. So factor 2 absolutely has to be done. Factor 4 is at the cutting edge of innovation in the world today. It's not in the US, it's not in Europe. I would say it's not even in China. It's our doing this here because, as we know, Solar Decathlon is now the largest net zero challenge in the world. It's gone past the US challenge, it's gone past, thanks to everybody in the room, past what China has been able to do. So that's the opportunity before you folks.
Okay, thanks. So Aro, you talked about factor 2 going to factor 4 and and the challenge to take that challenge on. And Satish, you talked about maybe pursuing adjacent careers. I wonder if Unnati Watwani is in the audience. Yeah, Unnati, there you are. So Unnati, mic to her, please. Unnati finished her architecture and then did her master's, and now I think she's working in a career that might not even be considered adjacent, but you're still involved in doing good, right? What do you do?
Yeah, hello everyone. I am Unnati Vatwani. I think some of you know me from last year. So I was a finalist last year in the education category. And I got an internship here through the career fair for Superhuman Race Private Limited. So we heard Gagan ma'am today, and I'm also connected with Alok sir. So seeing him doing, good, and Gagan ma'am doing the good, I, took this opportunity. And I'm very proud to say that currently I work as a ESG and sustainability specialist for real estate. So this is very different than what we conventional architects do or a kind of career graph we have. So I am grateful to, Solar Decathlon India to providing me this.
Thanks, Unnati. I'm going to follow it up a little bit. It's one thing to say I'm an architect, and it's another thing to say I design and construct buildings. So when you say you're an ESG specialist, what do you actually do?
Yeah, so I think most of the things which Gagan ma'am said, that we measure good. So my focus or my expertise morely lies with the real estate, the clients which we have, which build the buildings. So I, suggest ideas and, ways we can do it. The example which ma'am said about, the glass. So one of the examples which we found out that we saved around, 3 crores of, rupees of money because we found out that this glass is coming from way, from a far distance. So, yeah.
Cool. So that's amazing because the platform allows you to take a look at the data of large corporations, and then you, using your expertise in net zero buildings and whatever your background is with high performance buildings, you're able to look at that data and make corporate level decisions and suggestions, which allows your impact to be much bigger than what it would have been if it had been just working on one building.
Right, yes.
Great to hear that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Cool. So we've seen some architects. I'm going to come to you, Guru Prakash, with this one, but any engineers in the room? Okay. Any engineer students? Less hands going up. Okay. Any engineering students want to just stand up and introduce themselves? Which team are you from? Are you hoping to be a runner-up? Yeah. What stream of engineering, what college, which team?
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Tejas. I'm studying mechanical engineering in RNS Institute of Technology.
Team?
Team Neravu from the Community Resilience Shelter.
All right. A mechanical engineer working on a community resilience shelter. Fantastic. So Guru Prakash, you have a chemical engineering background, and here you are doing whatever you do now with Infosys. Infosys, I'm presuming, is probably one of the largest employers of engineers. But your engineers don't necessarily work on sustainability or climate change. You are one of them who do. It's quite likely that the person who stood up is going to get into a career that's going to be different from the one that solves climate change issues, because there are various opportunities available for engineering students that don't necessarily tie to buildings. So what's in it for somebody like him to stay in the field?
Well, I think there are many opportunities. For example, our team, if you see, we have a bunch of engineers from different fields pushing the limits of each of the aspects when you look at building design as such. For example, a couple of guys from our team, they joined us as students during their internship project and are still continuing with us for 15 years now, almost. So they started out as lighting engineers. They specialized in lighting and took up lighting as a career path and looked at different aspects of that specific field. And one other getting into a much larger portfolio on project management and as such. But if you look at different fields of engineering, there is so much opportunity in the building sector alone. If you look at mechanical engineering, look at all the mechanical systems and equipments, whether it is firefighting, whether it is air conditioning, there is so much improvement that can happen from the design to the type of equipment, to the material used, to the monitoring that happens, the entire range. Similarly, if you look at, say, plumbing engineering, there is no field such as plumbing engineering. It is such an important aspect of buildings that we see. And our Niladri here, who heads global infrastructure for Infosys, he's always talking about how can we have a building that leaks. Do we still not have a solution for achieving a building that doesn't leak, achieving a piping system that doesn't leak? Unfortunately, we don't have an answer today. I mean, look at all the different systems. There is air conditioning, which is not yet reached there, which can have a good control on the comfort and experience of all the people, that it's too hot, too cold, not enough monitoring, not enough efficiency. Similarly, when you look at water, just a water flow, water supply, there is so much to do, so many things to redefine. Similarly, water treatment. Today, I'll tell you, there is no alternative to RO. Does anybody have an alternative to RO today? Not this RO.
No.
RO treatment of water is, we all know it weighs 60-70% of water because of reject that is coming out of the system. But today we don't have an alternate. Every single house, every single establishment has a reverse osmosis plant installed. We don't have an alternate. There is so much to do there on the technology front. There is no alternative to sewage treatment. We have sewage in our cities, open drains, sewage treatment plants that are not working either because of lack of funds, lack of capability, lack of technology, whatever it is. But most of them are not working. We all know this. So there are different fields, and the STP treatment technology is something that has to be solved by a variety of engineers. It can be chemical, it can be mechanical, it can be any others. So these are all the different fields that are having so much opportunities for progress to be done. And we are also continuously looking at what is the next new thing coming up. There are hardly solutions, and it's very heartening to see so many youngsters getting into fields where solving fundamental problems. And these are some of the issues that are very relevant today, and not only us as Infosys, but most of the organizations, most of the corporates face this. Even at the municipal level, they don't have solutions to these fundamental problems today.
Yeah, but I got a problem with what you're saying. The fact is that we have maybe some 500 students here who are working in this area. There's 500,000 that are out there, right? They are not here, and they are not here for whatever reason. They cannot get a date if they say that I'm working on a sewage processing treatment plant, right? Who's going to give? They go and walk into a party and they say, I'm stopping leakage in a building. That's just not, dynamic or glamorous enough. I mean, a mechanical engineer just goes, hey, I work on EVs, and in a party, you get some respect out of that. So the question is, can the statement, I work on net zero buildings, really have that cachet?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Today, because it's a talk of the boardrooms. So every corporate, every company, every institution is talking about net zero as a goal, like what we heard from Aro and Satish as well. So this is something that is very relevant, very important today. And on the fact that you said it's not attractive enough to speak about some of these issues, I have a counter to that. In fact, if you see the number of startups now coming up with innovative products based on waste is increasing by the day. And it's something very, very fashionable today. You see any exhibition, we have in our apartment as well, we have this exhibition where we call a lot of people to exhibit some of the innovative new products, so and so. A lot of them are based on some innovative products based on waste. It can be waste plastic, it can be waste paper, waste cloth. They're coming up with some very innovative stuff. So similarly, it's not only companies like Infosys, but the entire ecosystem. So today, if a company which is into plumbing system, into mechanical systems, is making a value proposition to a client they really would want somebody who can bring a new aspect to their value proposition, which will be based on either efficiency or solving some of the fundamental problems plaguing the industry for a long time. When a plumbing system comes and says, I can give you a plumbing system which is leak-proof, which will be leak-proof for the next 15 years. That's a value proposition. Nobody does that today. None of the companies are able to do that today, right?
Yep. So I get it.
Similarly, for your air conditioning system, if somebody tells your air conditioning system can modulate and give you the efficiency, which is, say, in clear numbers, maybe 0.4 kilowatt per ton, something, and I guarantee you this for the next 15 years with this kind of a profile. So nobody does that. That's a value proposition. That's something to work on. That's how you make it attractive.
Understood. I think Aro and Satish both want to add one thing, but maybe I think the way I'm understanding what you're saying is that you have to be innovating and you have to therefore be part of a startup, because that has cachet these days. You go into Bangalore, into any sort of stand-up show or something, and half the audience says, hey, I'm a part of a startup. So basically, you have to be part of a startup. Is that what we're saying? Because you can't be part of a 500-person consulting firm that is doing contracting on buildings and stopping leakage and say, that's what I do, and have cachet.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
So I'm going to answer this in a lighter manner and a serious manner. So how many people have heard of Richard Feynman? How many people know that he had a second career, I think apart from being a Nobel Prize winning physicist and an amazing teacher? Okay. Anyone wants to share? Yeah. So he used to play drums, and he used to do that in a cabaret bar. So I think the advice here is that if you want to work in climate change, find a profession where you can talk about your second profession and not expect that climate change is going to give you that cachet. So I think that's just in a lighter way. But I think the other problem that I think Prasad posed, and we have spent our life talking about sustainability, efficiency, Aro talked about, these are very deep topics. These are topics that are not party topics. And there is a saying that ignorance is bliss, right? So if ignorance is bliss, then what is knowledge? Knowledge is going to make you sadder. I think when Aro was talking about, I think the problem that we are having, he was prognosticating that what's in store for us. So Prasad, to answer, I think, your question, I think we need to understand that some of the work that I think we will be doing is going to be first principle based, is going to be slog for 10, 15 years. And people who matter to you, I think it should be the one driving your work and not the larger public. Because I think if you are in it for the glory and for the social media and everything, maybe this profession is not going to give you that. I don't know, Prasad. I think net zero energy building may become like a sexy subject, but I think, so I just want that, be curious, learn the first principles, and I think do your work, because you can be the savior of the planet, not the billions of people, I think, who are there inhabiting the planet. Thank you.
I'm going to take thanks, Satish. I'm going to take a slightly contrarian view on this, because the fact is that our systems can't work unless somebody clears the shit. Fine? And at IHS, we have 35 people who've been doing this for the last 7 years in Tamil Nadu. We actually helped the government clear shit for 15 million people. And everybody there has gone on dates. Many of them have got married. And many of them have had children after they started on this program. The fact is that as a culture, we look down upon these professions. But the fact is we cannot become a developed country unless we embrace all of the things we talk about. The water, the wastewater, the energy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the reason is very simple. And I think the reason is, is in why Infosys does it. Because it makes you money to do this stuff. Doing factor 2, factor 4 So it's one good thing to be happy, but if you want to be happy and also make money, which is what I hear, then the real issue is with such a large country producing so many things and consuming so many things, if you're actually able to enable resource efficiency, I suspect in the next, 15, 20 years, we will see the first unicorns that are functioning in this space, because the story is about making money. Infosys probably does this because it saves you a huge amount of money by doing factor 2, factor 4 buildings. It's a top and a bottom line thing. If you save 3 crores on just one design change on a particular building envelope, it saves you money. So if you've done that as a smart engineer or a designer, I hope your boss is going to give you your next raise or your next promotion as far as that's concerned. So it's also about actually becoming economically viable. And I think that's going to change everything, because our economy is also going to shift. As the value shifts, the economy will shift. Startups will be important, but Infosys is the biggest startup that we've seen. 40 years ago, you were a startup. Now you've got all this stuff around you. So I think that's going to change in our lifetimes, and you folks are going to lead that process of making that change. You'll be happy. Hopefully, you'll make some money. But at the end of it, I think the key thing is you also have to be able to measure and track the good. Because it's all those 3 things. In the beginning, you may be happy, then you'll try and make money. But at the end of your life, if you haven't done some good, then life will be a little bit complicated. Fine. You'll be like us. You'll be dinosaurs.
If you indulge me, Prasad, I just want to, I searched this quote, which I love it. And this is going to reinforce what Aro said, that the society which scorns excellence in plumbing as a humble activity and tolerates shoddiness in philosophy because it is an exalted activity will have neither good plumbing nor good philosophy. Neither its pipes nor its theories will hold water.
Thank you. Moral of the story here is take care of your own shit. But I want to open it up to the audience for any questions to these people, and I'd especially like to see some questions coming from students and faculty members.
Great conversations here. And since I'm not an engineer,
can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Sudha Sethi. I've been associated in the space of energy efficiency and energy access for the last 25 years. And I've also gotten into coaching now. I believe both coexist, climate change and coaching. Both require creating awareness and bringing in mindset change. That apart, I wanted to ask, what's your guidance for these students with AI coming? How is that going to help them or affect them in their journey to fight climate change?
Can I jump in very quickly while Prasad's on the side? So I talked about factor 2, factor 4 buildings. Now Prasad and many of our colleagues here actually design factor 5 buildings. And the only way that you can do that is because of 2 things. One is because of data and the application of data. Artificial intelligence is sometimes both artificial and sort of not so intelligent. The real thing is about behavior change. So we're trying to design a campus where you're trying to reduce the water consumption from 140 or 135 liters per capita to 70. That cannot be done by technology and better pipes and plumbing. It means behavior change, starting from the faucet to where people do stuff. But most important, are we going to accept, like Singapore has, to use recycled water? We're testing that just now with flushing, which is what Infosys does. The real question is, can your entire landscape become a large equivalent of an RO machine? And will people drink that water? And the only way to make that happen is by using advanced data, by using AI, because you have to manage multiple water sources, you've got to blend it. It's not only quantity, it's quality, and it is perception. So that's where AI is going to be absolutely critical for us to be able to try and understand these processes. So it's not going to take away jobs, it's going to create huge new opportunities for us because our environments are going to be digitally enabled. Our campus is a digital twin. All of our buildings will have digital twins. And Satish is an expert on this because the MRV processes are exactly what he does.
No, I just wanted to, so I think what my sense is that all these new technologies that hold so much potential, I think are wonderful. But we should be mindful that all these technologies or all these startups, think about Google, the way I think it do no good, and now so many people are against, I think, what Google does. So most of these technologies get weaponized, I think, in the evolution of civilization. And I think it's really like who is using this technology. And I think what is the maturity level and intelligence level, I think that will make these technologies work for them, or I think work against the society. So I think that's something that we need to keep in mind.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Guru.
one more example I want to give, Sudha, is, AI and also pieces like ML, machine learning become very important because when you have large amounts of data, what Aro was saying, you can't really process them and make sense out of them. It's not humanly possible to look at that physically. We have to have a system which can read and make sense of the large volumes of data, and it's becoming very important going forward. All the regulations coming in, all companies going to report a lot of stuff. What's happening to all the data? Who is looking at it? Is there something that is happening because we are reporting all of this? It should lead to some policy, some improvements in the future, right? So that can happen only when you have some really smart system to process all this data and come up with something useful for us to take action on. The other thing is, as simple as building design. How is the building optimization happening right now? We're doing all these simulation programs and coming up with what is the best possible designs, best possible window wall ratio, best insulation, so on. It's still manual effort. It's still a lot of manual effort, changing different things. A lot of that can be fully automated, I believe. And it can give several possibilities. It can make things so much more easier for the designers to select what is the best option possible, and in a very quick time. That's something that will be very useful, where all these technologies come into force, including interior design. Today we are looking at interior design, which is the most efficient way of utilizing a space. Do we have a program to arrive at something like this? No, it's still a huge manual effort that is happening. It takes a lot of time. So all these areas have huge potential to have technologies like AI which can help us.
Thank you. So that kind of brings us to the favorite topic of the decade, which is AI and ML. And so I just want to ask the audience, how many people are using artificial intelligence and machine learning? And I'm not talking about using ChatGPT, please. So how many of you have actually used it in your work beyond just giving prompts? Okay. Can you just stand up so we get a sense for who you are? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Okay. Can we get the mic over to that side? Person in the white shirt there. Yeah, you there. The last one. Your corner. Either one of them. How have you used it? First, of course, your name and affiliation.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Anmol. I'm a building science analyst, and I'm a co-founder at CoLead, which is a startup in this building science space. So, sir, you mentioned that using AI and ML to generate many options, many iterations in short amount of time, and selecting the right, kind of basic things like window wall ratio, insulation, to even advanced levels of how we can control our HVAC systems, how we can optimize the functioning of our chillers. So those kinds of things we are applying in practice, taking the simulations to an advanced level, even while suggesting alternatives to facade designs. We are using AI and ML to generate images to make our clients understand that how these efficient designs may look like. So I think that's also an important application that we are working on. Thanks.
Thank you, Anmol. So I think it's time to wrap up. I'm just going to ask for a closing statement from each of you. And I want to make it as a closing sentence that actually completes my statement, which is, climate change is a game changer for Veda and the other generation because something that you haven't said before. Who wants to go first? For Veda and her generation, because, and something that you haven't said yet.
Because you need to change the status quo. Challenge the status quo. Whether it's a small organization or a large organization, it requires changing the status quo.
Okay, thank you. Satish?
So I'm not a fast thinker. I'm a slow thinker. So it's a hard thing, rapid fire rounds. But I'll say that because it's an existential threat for humanity.
Okay, Aro?
I think it's an existential opportunity to rethink the way that we live our lives and what our values are. And I think it's possible if you think in systems. This is all about climate change is a system problem. So you have to solve it through systemic action. So the question for us, this question that we said of multidimensional responses is, can you be happy? Can you be prosperous or make money? And can you do good at the same time in a changing world? And that is a really hard question and a tremendous opportunity for us, I think, for all of us in the room to make this happen. And finally, I think the proof of that will be in a few years' time, there will be at least 3 women on this panel and only 1 man.
Thank you, Aro. Are you ready to close? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Veda, for starting off the discussion. We have one more question. Yes, last question, and we'll take that and we'll wrap up.
I don't have a question, but I want to take an attempt at completing your sentence.
Completing the statement. Fantastic. Thank you.
Climate change is a game changer for Veda and her generation because it goes back to the root of what we need to do in terms of touching things at a systemic level, physically, and outside of the world of computers that we've been living in or dreaming about for the last 20 years.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Aro. Thank you, Satish. Thank you, Guru Prakash. We need to close. Aruna, you're going to have the last word because we have Nandan on the line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just one observation. I find it very ironic that as we celebrate technology, reward technology, call out winners, we forget to celebrate being human. And I was reminded of Arumar's point, which says you get all this data, study all the systems, and then aim for behavioral change. So I think just even in the context of forums like these, which are very, very powerful, and I commend all of you to put this together, I think we must also celebrate not just who selects the technology, but discerning consumers who demand because they know. And I think that's where everyone plays a role, not just the technologist, not just somebody who's designing all of these systems. And therefore, there is no single winner. We called out 6 teams. We had the announcer saying, let me see who else is shedding a tear because they were not there. But I think every one of us needs to win, and we need to win together. And to that extent, I think everybody who's participated is a winner.
Thank you. All right, on that note, back to you, Pradeep.
Thank you, panel, for that wonderful discussion and to showing us the way forward and showing us what's next. Well, my take, or at least if I want to add something to that, I will just say that I'm also a mechanical engineer, and I also worked on zero energy buildings, and here I am, here taking the spotlight. So I think it's still fashionable. Thank you. Now, we have a special guest joining us online. We have Nandan Nilekani with us.
is a big part. Biodiversity is a big part. Urban resilience is a big part. We have to think both about climate change as well as adaptation. Heat is a big part. So I think there are many, many dimensions to climate which are further made even more complicated because we have time-bound goals on doing these things. It requires political will, it requires capital, it requires innovation, it requires great execution and project management. It requires many things to bring it all together. We particularly believe that buildings is an area where a lot can be done, particularly in India, which is yet to be fully built. And therefore, we expect over the next several years, maybe 1 billion square feet of space to be built, be it offices, commercial, residential, campuses, and so on. And if we can sort of tweak the direction of this investment in 1 billion square feet in a way that we build very sustainable net zero buildings, then we're actually changing the trajectory of environment and climate in India. And therefore, the SDI is a very important initiative for all of us to come together and brainstorm on different ways to achieve that, to share best practices and ideas and take it forward. We are doing that in multiple ways at Infosys, which has been a world leader in building design, as well as in the campuses that we have done, like the one you are in Mysore, which is an example of biodiversity at its best, efficient use of energy, water recycling, everything, trees, plants, everything that you can think of to create a sustainable campus. I also believe that a smart application of digital technology is a very important part of this journey of climate change. We have many examples of what is possible with technology. Now, with the arrival of AI, we have even more capabilities to apply AI to climate change solutions and problems. But at the very least, we need to build our infrastructure in a way that it is digital first, in a way that everything we build and do has very high sensory capabilities to capture every different part of what's happening on around us, and then using that data to smartly manage our buildings to be more efficient and more frugal in the use of energy, lighting, heating, and so on. So digital technology is very much a part of that. We also need to have open networks. Recently, a group of companies have come together and to create something called the Unified Energy Interface, UEI, which is based on the Beacon protocol, which will allow all kinds of new energy transition applications to be built, be it creating interoperable charging stations, virtual power plants, harnessing behind the meter storage, which will be there in every household because of EVs, and creating peer-to-peer trading capabilities, and so on and other things, because the grid itself is going to transform from a few large producers of energy distributed to a wide number of consumers to a much more distributed, intelligent network of energy consumers, energy storage, energy producers, all interacting in real time to make it possible to get, to create a much different way of thinking about energy. So I think this is very important, and I'm very happy that you're all here. And I would like to actually spend more time on Q&A. So I would now like to discuss if any questions or ideas you have, and I'd like the organizers to put that to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Obviously, how could we let this chance go by when we have a person among us who not only built a large private successful company, but also worked with the government of the largest democracy in the world and solved this wicked problem of having financial access and IDs, and while giving the people control of their data. So I'm sure people have questions. Audience. Yes, please. Is your person there? Please, can I have the mic there? Please introduce yourself, your name, your organization, affiliation, and then please ask your question. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jiten Desai. I'm a co-founder with Ambiator Private Limited. We are all about cooling without warming the planet. Our long-term goal is to make compressors obsolete and bring environmentally friendly cooling technologies. As an entrepreneur, how should we think about scaling and seeking support from the government to take this forward?
Well, if you say that you have a technology for cooling which is much, much better than what we traditionally have, I think it's obviously a very promising technology. And to get it to scale, there are many parts to it. One is, of course, what is under your control, which is scaling up the manufacturing, raising capital and producing. But the more important part is the demand side of it. How do we make sure that there is demand for this cooling approach, which is much more environmentally friendly? So part of that is, of course, government policies play a big part. Around the world today, governments are grappling with how to essentially bring in climate-friendly solutions, be it in buildings, be it in mobility, be it in all kinds of things on the grid and so on. So encouraging and working with government to have the right kind of policies to incorporate your technology is very important. But it's equally important to push the market. And the good news is, as I said, India is on the verge of a building boom. And assuming that over the next 30 years, we build a billion square feet of office space, all that is waiting to be designed properly. The good news is also that now we have the technology and the capability to design these buildings in a way they are net zero. And I assume your technology is part of that. But it's also about customers, because developers of real estate and commercial properties respond to customer demand. And therefore, luckily for us, many of the customers of these large buildings are global companies who are under their own net zero obligations. And they in turn are demanding buildings that are net zero. And I think if that demand comes from the customer, the developers will respond. And if the solution for that is your technology, which I need to know more to figure that out, then obviously the market will scale up for you. So you have to tackle it at the production side, you have to tackle it at the policy side, and equally importantly, you have to create demand from customers so that your product has a big benefit.
Thank you. Yes, please. You have a next question, please. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Dr. L.R. Manjunath, Vice President from JSW Group. We are part of the program as a bronze sponsor. My question to Nandan sir. Sir, we are very happy that the Aadhaar card has made the India digitally superior compared to any other country, compared to America and China. So digital payment has been enabled, and we are the leading nation. So my question to you is that now the country is going through election process. We are seeing the very poor voting patterns in urban cities like Bangalore and many places. Mumbai also witnessed only 50% voting. We don't really know the registered voters, why they have not come and voted. And the election process itself is $1 billion investment for the country. And so can we link Aadhaar along with voter ID and digitally enable how people are making GPay or Phone Pay by click of a button? They can vote and elect their candidates. Need not have to go to a polling station and spend a lot of time and money. It's a big process. If that happens, and as a country is evolving, And digitally, we can prove to the whole world that we can elect our government digitally. Is it possible?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you completely, but I think your question was how do we improve the voting percentage by using Aadhaar and so on. Now, using ID system in voting is a little complex thing. I think actually the current model of voting which we have, which is we vote on electronic voting machines, which also generate VVPAT, the paper which says what the voting is actually a very good system. And it's important that this continue and that these devices are standalone and not connected. The moment you have a digital voting system which is connected, it is much more prone to fraud or cyber risk and so on. Also, voting is a very private activity, and you don't necessarily want to know, the system should not know whom you have voted for. And doing it digitally online could lead to the tracing your vote, which could have other consequences. So I would not recommend using an ID for voting itself. However, ID can be used before the voting to make sure that the person is the person they claim to be. So you could do an online authentication at the point of entry. And ID could also be used to streamline the process of transferring your vote, because India is a very migrant population. And therefore, when somebody migrates from a village into the city, then they should be very easily able to vote in the city. So those kind of ancillary things can be done, I think, using ID. But the actual job of voting should be completely private and sacrosanct. And to that extent, I would not change.
Thank you. Thanks for the answer. We have time for one more question, a relevant question to the subject that we are here. Okay, let's wait for that. But I see two hands here. Okay, we can take two more questions. Okay, these two are the last. So we can please have the mic to both of them, please, in quick process. Until we have him online, please hold the mic and keep it yourself. I will ask you to stand and ask question later. Since he is online, I will request the connection to be succinct. Your question, keep the question to the point, succinct, right, so that he understands easily and he's give a answer, proper answer. Yeah. We're trying to reconnect, and anytime he should be back online.
But you can ask the question, I can hear you.
Okay, then you can ask
Hi,
the question,
Nitin sir. So my question would be on the basis of scalability. You worked on UPI. So I am a technology consultant at PwC India. So I would like to ask, according to you, what would you suggest a problem that we should work on building industry, and it's a similar problem which has a huge scalability, and we can work on that and we can reduce the problem.
Yeah, well, I think in the area of building, design, scalability of course come from having standardization of components used in building, having interoperable, configurable ways of putting things together, using a digital approach so that we have real-time data of everything happening in the building, which allows us to doing things, you're trying to use new technologies, you're trying to use new tools. So demand is very important, and therefore if the demand from government and the market is for scalable, efficient, net zero buildings, then I think the supply will follow. The key thing is demand creation. And then of course you can build it in a modular way.
Then you have the last question, please.
Yeah. Hello, sir. My name is Abhijit. I'm from NIT Trichy, pursuing my MTech structures. I had the opportunity to work with CPHEO at Delhi under the Minister of Housing and Urban Finance. Building up on the question of scalability, we all here have been talking about net zero buildings and net zero water. But how about bringing in the change at a global community level in net zero towns, net zero cities? Now, Infosys Mysore is a very big campus. In the same way, there are many big cities, small towns and villages which can be focused for net zero energy, net zero water. Now, when you talk about net zero buildings in India, especially the water sector has been governed by municipal corporations and government agencies. Private players are into picture when you go abroad, and where mostly the private companies have taken care of the water supply and the energy crisis over there. But the case in India is very different. It is government holds on it. So how do we bring the government sector predominantly focusing more onto the net zero energy and net zero water? Because currently, even if the government tries to imply, in the previous conversation with the panels, we have come across that eventually the STPs close down, they don't want to function properly, eventually everything, the consumption goes on and the output is zero.
Yeah, well, I think you raised an important point that particularly urban sector in India has challenges on the governance side. It's partly to do with the structure of India's governance. We have central government, which is very strong. You have state governments, which are very strong. But city governments and municipalities are not politically strong for a variety of reasons, including constitutional reasons. And because they're not strong, or you don't have directly elected politicians who oversee a city, they have their own challenges. But I think we have to therefore work with the cities, build capability, which is what at IIHS a lot of time is spent on building municipal capability for what's coming and making people aware that urban adaptation and climate is going to be very important. We know that coastal cities will face challenges of sea rise. We know that inland cities will face the challenges of heat waves, and the heat waves will in turn require more cooling buildings, but we'll design them in a way they are energy efficient. All this is required, but I think we can work with the cities to do this. And we also have to work with technology. Today, most cities have their own building plan approval process. We can incorporate net zero buildings in the building plan approval process itself, so that the approval itself is done for a net zero building and so on, which is what eGov does, has a building plan module which runs in 2,000 cities. So I think there are different ways to tackle that, because cities governance is very complicated. But the good news is that the bulk of the large buildings coming up, the demand will be from the organized sector. So they will demand net zero buildings, especially global companies which have to meet net zero goals around the world. So I think there are a lot of forces at play now which will drive the upgradation of buildings to be net zero.
Thank you. Thanks again, Nandan, for his time here with us, for spending his time, taking us time from his busy schedule, sharing his wisdom, ideas and thoughts, and guiding us with this process. I'm sure it will leave you inspired and with some more fire in your belly to do better. Thanks a lot, Nandan. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. See you guys. Bye-bye. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you. Now it's time to go and see the presentations of the students in the multiplex food zone. This is your chance to talk to all the student teams personally in a closed group, and then ask them about various questions, their process of design and how they come up with that, and also see what other teams have done. Also, for the students here specifically, we planned a giveaway with the Solar Decathlon hat. And this hat, to get this hat, there were certain requests we put forward to you over an email. We at Solar Decathlon want to be energy neutral. And for that, we had requested some help from you students. This is the time you can also help us in gathering that information and and helping us in becoming carbon neutral. So students, please use this time to interact, to learn, and to help to make this event carbon neutral. We will go to the food zone for the exhibit now. There is also tea being served. Now, tea is being served in 2 areas because that area will be huge and we have a lot of students here. So, if it feels very crowded there, you can also get your tea towards the TT room, yesterday where we had this industrial exhibition, and then take the tea and snacks from there, and then you can go to the product, exhibition area and interact with the students. This exhibition will go on until 1 p.m., at which we will break for lunch. And then we will come here and find out lots more of surprises that are up ahead, including the presentations to the grand jury. Also, a final request to all the faculty members to be here at 2:10, 14:10 hours, to assemble here for a picture ceremony that we'll have with all the faculty mentors for all the teams here in the finals. Thank you all. This is all for the morning session. Let's move to the project exhibition area and see you all here back at 2:30. Thank you. Faculty members at 2:10. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second session of Solar Decathlon India Finals 2024. Now, we are into the grand jury presentations, where the teams from the divisional presentations will present to the grand jury, and there'll be one grand winner. Since I'm saying grand jury, repeating it, first, let me introduce the respected members of our grand jury, and as I call them out, please acknowledge them, or please thank them for the support with a huge round of applause. Ayyappa Somayanda, Chief Business Officer, Brigade REAP. Devesh Chandra Srivastava, Senior Vice President, PR and Marketing, Religare Enterprises Limited. Harleen Oberoi, Head, Project Management, Tata Realty and Infrastructure. Manisha Natarajan, Journalist and Editorial Voice on Committee, ISHRA. Shiny Varghese, Senior Editor, The Indian Express. First, I would like to extend a huge thanks for the grand jury to be here. And then, so let's see how the flows goes. So before, as we have the presentations, after presentations, Ashok Lal will facilitate the discussions with you in a separate room, and that will happen, and then after that, we'll decide the grand jury winner. But before that, before we come to that, there is something else that's waiting. We will get to see now movies made by the teams. Now, each team had to, or each finalist team had to submit a 3-minute movie, and then the best 6 movies were selected by our jury, by our panel, and they will be played here. And then the grand jury will decide one movie for the best movie award. So let's play some net zero flicks movies. This movie is from Team Sukhim. Is he here? Please have a good clap for Team Sukhim. From community. Great. The next movie selected to be shown here is from Team EcoOrb. And they are again from Construction Worker Housing Division.
At the heart of
Fantastic. Enjoying the movie screenings? Let's move on. The next movie to be screened here is from Team Daksh from Construction Worker Housing Division.
He is Apu from Bihar, looking for
Okay. So you have heard there are many slips between the cup and the lips. And we also had a slip up here. As you have heard here, this movie was from EcoOrb, and the previous movie was from Daksh. So I apologize for that mix-up. There was a slight change. Juries, please take note. This movie was from EcoOrb, and the previous movie played was from Team Daksh. Both are from Construction Worker Housing Division. This movie was from EcoOrb, and the previous movie was from Team Daksh, and I sincerely apologize to students and the teams. We'll give a minute for the jury to change the scores. And then we'll move on with our next movie, which is from Team Solastre, and they are from Education Building Division.
Disasters, and most importantly, routes the users back to the community. Our design approach involves 3 key factors: to analyze, to adapt, and to advocate. Some of the major issues that the region of Jayanagar deals with are natural disasters causing excessive damage to the buildings, high dependency on groundwater and the insufficient supply of clean water resulting in multiple health problems, a decline in the local builder community owing to the trend of RCC construction which do not fit in the context and succumb to natural disasters, and lack of awareness with respect to sustainable practices and technologies among the youth. Let's take a look at a typical day in Shagun and Piyush's college life.
It's great having this electric bus, especially with all the traveling we do. Oh, look, they are setting up the OAT for the Hill Festival. I better hurry. Looks like Piyush is already in class.
Hi Shagun. This summer has been brutal, huh? 35 degrees outside. But thankfully it's still cool in here.
Huh, yaar? It's better than my house. And have you noticed? It's just as comfortable in the winters too. Pretty cool, right? Chalo, let's eat. Bhook lag rahi hai, yaar.
Yes, let's eat near the shrine. Oh, and remind me to drop off some old books at the recycling shop before we head out. Hey, did you know this? The shrine not only stands for goodwill, but also generates electricity by channeling the harvested rainwater.
Oh, PE class is cancelled today. We have NCC training at the trail instead. They'll be training us to build quick shelters out of wood today.
Oh wow. Thanks to the filtration plant, we've got plenty of drinking water for the Hill Festival too.
Also, check for the solar power generated today.
Oh, we have generated a total of 256 kilowatt hours.
Our project thus focuses on advocating the following for the benefit of the community: the Katkuni method of construction instead of the usual RCC, harvesting rainwater and recycling it to ensure a constant supply, disaster mitigation training programs conducted to empower students and help them respond effectively, and the usage of local materials and employment of local labor all create awareness amongst the young minds on campus. This college is hence designed to not just provide formal education, but also to provide education, training, and awareness informally as a part of the capacity development.
That was from Solastre, from Education Building Division. Okay. Next, next movie is from Team Adavi, from Multi-Family Housing Division.
A visionary project by Team Adavi that redefines multifamily housing.
India's housing crisis disproportionately affects tribal settlements like the Jaino Kurubaru, leading to forced displacement. This displacement experienced by indigenous communities like the Jaino Kurubaru, who have called the forests their home for generations, is beyond comprehension. Forced relocation severs not just their ties to the land but also their cultural identity, highlighting the urgent need for equitable solutions to preserve their heritage and way of life.
ಸೀಟ್ ಗೀಟ ಏನಾರ ತಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟು ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜನ ಅದೇ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸವಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಒಂದು ರೂಮು, ಒಂದು ಹಾಲು, ಒಂದು ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮನೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದವರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಇದಾಗ್ಲೂ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ನೀರು ಬಿಡ್ದಂತ
ನಿಮಗೆ ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್ ಆಚೆ ಇರೋದು ಇಷ್ಟನಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮನೆಯೊಳಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು?
ಮನೆಯೊಳಗಿರೋ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ.
The site for the proposed housing project is in HD Kote, Mysore, and offers a chance for holistic community development with the extension of the site housing the ancillary needs of the community. We empower the community to construct their homes using local materials or ones that are generated on site, reducing environmental impact and labor costs. Our USP is the vertically expandable feature, providing space for future generations without compromising privacy. We innovatively use bamboo for columns and beams, avoiding concrete. The incorporation of modular bamboo furniture such as sofa cum beds and movable folding partition walls enhances internal layout flexibility. These factors contribute to achieving the cost effectiveness of the housing solution. These factors contribute to making the module 23% more affordable, adding to the cost effectiveness of the housing solution. Our project provides units that are thoughtfully designed in clusters, each featuring its own interactive space that open out onto central courtyards, which play a crucial role as nodes, fostering interaction and a sense of community. This ensures full visual connectivity, avoiding typical housing enclosure for a more open feel. We attain 3 days of water autonomy and 2 days of energy autonomy with on-site biogas, significantly reducing EPI from the base case. We aim to promote our project through hands-on collaboration with classmates and juniors from our college, especially in prototyping our housing module. Visit our website for a more in-depth exploration of this groundbreaking initiative and to support the advancement of sustainable housing. Our online retail platform not only facilitates income diversification but also extends direct market outreach while also leveraging their traditional expertise in honey harvesting. In summary, Aranya Samriddhi by Team Adavi offers a remedy for India's housing shortage, prioritizing the challenges faced by tribal communities like the Jaino Kurubaru. Join us in our journey towards a more equitable and sustainable future.
Fantastic. Now, the last movie to be screened is from Team Solstice, and it's from Residential Cooling Retrofit Division.
Where life moves at a frenetic pace. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, residents grapple with the harsh reality of the scorching heat. For many people living in smaller rooms, escaping the heat is a daily struggle. Traditional cooling methods like fans and coolers provide some relief, but they often fall short of providing the comfort needed in extreme temperatures. But amidst the chaos, there lies a glimmer of hope, the terracotta market. Here, artisans craft timeless pieces that not only celebrate India's rich cultural heritage, but also offer a solution to the heat. Inspired by the cooling properties of terracotta, a team of innovators from IIT Delhi embarked on a mission to revolutionize cooling technology. The terracotta material acts as a natural insulator, keeping the water cool even in hottest temperatures. As warm air passes over the wet clay surface, it undergoes evaporative cooling, lowering the temperature of the surrounding area. The water inside is cooled to a refreshing temperature, ranging between 12 to 16 degrees Celsius. This remarkable feat is achieved through the natural properties of clay, which acts as an effective insulator. Beyond its functionality, the terracotta cooler serves as a stunning addition to the exterior of buildings, blending seamlessly into the urban landscape. Its elegant design not only provides effective cooling, but also adds to the aesthetic value of the surroundings, enriching the architectural beauty of the community. Inside the room, the cooled water from the terracotta cooler is circulated through pipes, which it interacts with its efficient heat exchanger. This ingenious system extracts the heat from the room, effectively lowering the temperature to a comfortable range between 22 to 27 degrees Celsius. Extensive laboratory tests have validated the performance of the terracotta cooler, demonstrating its remarkable cooling efficiency and low energy consumption. As we look into the future, it's clear that sustainable solutions like the terracotta cooler will play a crucial role in mitigating the impacts of climate change.
The terracotta cooler represents a significant advancement in sustainable cooling technology.
Not only does it provide efficient cooling, but it also enhances the aesthetic appeal of buildings, creating a win-win for both form and function.
Thank you. Well, those were some fantastic movies. And I hope and I believe that jury will have a tough time deciding and picking the one best movie from out of these 6. Later in the evening, we'll find out who was the winner. But for now, let us put our hands together again and congratulate and wish best for all the 6 teams for these movies. Time for the final showdown. But before that, I have an important announcement from Piyush Sheksaria and Prasad, the director for Solar Decathlon India. Please.
So friends, we have an announcement which would come as a surprise to some. Today, with respect to the jury that happened yesterday, there was actually an error in communicating the winning team. And so the winning team for Community Resilience Shelter is actually Ekatvam.
So unfortunately, because of the miscommunication, we had announced another team who would be the winner. The actual winner is Team Ekatvam. We've had a discussion with the grand jury members, and we've decided that both of those teams should get an opportunity to present to the grand jury. And so that's how we're going to go forward. So you're going to see 7 presentations instead of 6. So I say the audience is a winner because you get to see more presentations. And sincerely apologize for the error. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we know that the winner of the team was Team Ekatvam of Community Resilience Shelter Division. It's okay, it happens. We had just thrown a new competition into the mix, and now we have 7 teams. So we decided that our grand jury should have a little bit more work to do. That's okay. We have made sure that the grand jury had some extra food, and they would have some extra energy to carry this work out. Okay, sure, we registered that. All right, divisional winners. I hope you are ready, and the members here are also waiting eagerly to see the final pitch to the grand jury. Before we start on, I would again like to reiterate that please keep your phone on silent. If you want to take pictures or video, please do so without flash. If you want to take a call, please do so only after exiting the area, the auditorium. Each division winner that we see here, they have come here by topping the 10 competitions, that's why Decathlon, that we have in our in this Solar Decathlon, India. And some of the projects are almost close to market ready. How this goes, okay, please keep your phone on silent. Thank you. Now, all the teams will have a 5-minute to pitch to the grand jury. And as you might have known by now, if you don't finish by 5 minutes, you will see me waving at you like a madman and probably running up to you as well on the stage. And the 4th minute, you will hear a bell. And exactly at 5 minutes, I will ask you to stop. Then you will have up to 5 minutes for 2 questions from the jury members, which the team will respond to. Here, our grand jury will play the role of potential investors. Out of the 6, they will pick that one project in which they would like to invest, or they feel that this project is worth investing in. We also have journalists and editors on the panel, so we can be sure of a tough grilling. And who knows? We also have investors, we also have industry leaders. They might take this project actually to the market. Later, Ashok Bilal, one of the foremost practitioners of the net zero buildings, will facilitate the jury discussion to pick out the winner. So let's find out how things stand in the grand jury presentation. And let's put up a hand together for all the teams that have reached at this stage. The first presentation here is from Team Samarthan from SMEF's Brick School of Architecture and Brack's Vishwakarma Institute of Information Technology, the winner of Construction Worker Housing Division. I invite the team members to please come on stage.
Can we get the clicker to change the slides?
Team, I must mention again, for your advantage, you will get 5 minutes to present to the grand jury. At the 4th minute, you will hear the bell. You can continue after that, and then at the end of 5 minutes, you will have to stop. And then the jury will ask 2 questions. The questions is not included in those 5 minutes. So I'll be monitoring the time here. You can see the time here. When jury asks the questions, I will stop the timer, and as soon as you start answering, I will again start the timer. But you will get 5 minutes in total for 2 answers. It's clear? Are you ready with the presentation?
Yes.
Ready to start?
Yep.
All the best. Let's give it a hand up for them. The time starts now.
I, Gaurav Kankekar, along with Harsharaj Sankhe, would like to present our revolutionary ideas on on-site construction worker housing. Yeah, starting with what do you imagine when you thought of dockyard construction workers? Those images shows the exact situations of the dockyard construction workers. So there are several cases of the dockyard construction workers having not proper sanitation and housing. We, Team Samarthan, presenting Project Native located in Darukhana Dockyard, Mumbai, which is for 214 construction workers, and which is a 3,107 square meter of area. First, we identified the stakeholders to get idea of viable implementation of the project. Next. Further, we identified the issues and further identifying the needs of the project. Then, yes, so the walkthrough. Here we can see the livable conditions. Starting with the layout of the housing units. First, we have family cluster. Further, moving ahead with the creche and workshop units. Then we have female cluster adjacent to it, followed by male clusters. Yes, for the easy implementation of the assembly of the module, we have given a manual. Talking further about the innovations, we have proposed a tidal energy generator. It works on the simple mechanism of up and down motion of a copper coil inside the magnetic shaft. It generates 0.5 watts per oscillation, eventually generating 10,500 kilowatt hours of energy over the year with 4 number of units. It comes with the payback period of 2 years, which is incredibly less than the solar PV cells. It gives the idea of the working of the module. Further, we have our deployable water tanks. Similar to the Tetra spaces, as per the availability of the space, we can expand the tank. So it has walls of polyethylene with 7 to 10 megapascals of tensile strength. Simulation shows the structural stability. Few more strategies incorporated include sea breeze capture system, ultra low flow fixtures. No.
Arriving at the assembly of the module, the first step involves precise placement of cylindrical footings that were made of barrels that we found on the site. Then we bring in the prefab structural frame to the side, and then it is erected into the dedicated positions. This prefab structural frame is made of salvage steel found on the scrap on the side. The members are then bolted in place and brought to the site when then they are erected. The flooring assembly is, flooring joists support the flooring assembly, which is made up of 3 layers. The topmost layer is a fiber cement board with the insulation of straw bale, and the lowermost component is a Ricron corrugated sheet. The wall panels fit into the wall studs, leaving out the openings. This assembly is a sandwich panel with 2 Ricron plain sheets on the external side and the cardboard insulation within. Then the roofing assembly sits on the top of the structure where the solar panels are then installed. This assembly is made up of 3 layers, Ricron corrugated sheet on the top, XPS insulation, and gypsum board from the ceiling of this roof. Concluding the innovations, we have innovative barrel foundation system where safe bearing capacity of the soil is improved by using geocell on the lowermost layer, and the barrels found on the site are used for isolated footings of the structure. The overall emissions of the structures of the project is reduced by 33% by using sustainable materials with lower emission factors. Next.
Graph shows the overall efficiency of the building. A few images showing the exact implementation of the ideation.
When it comes to the final...
Stop, please. Thank you.
Just a walkthrough.
Stop. Thank you. Thank you. That was Team Samarthan from SMES.
Thank you.
Now, we have 2 questions from jury members. First question.
What is the cost per square foot of constructing one unit? That's my one question, quick answer. And the second is, can you dismantle it and can it be reused? Because construction workers are there at a site only for a short while. What happens to the material if it's not dismantleable? If you can answer these two questions.
The cost per square meter is around 11,000. And for the base case that we assumed is around 9,000. So it's slight increase in cost. But at the life cycle cost, we are reducing it by 26% in the operational cost. And total life cycle cost, which we are considering, like 3 years makes up one cycle. Such 10 cycles would save up around 26% in the operational cost. So that we are like proposing.
About the recyclability of reusing of the materials and the module. So we have 2 frames which will be prefabricated, and the further assembly would be followed by that. So during the dismantleability, a similar process will be followed, and it can be used somewhere else. So with few materials will be changed after the one cycle, and few materials would be changed after 3 or 4 cycles.
So could you do a prototype, a small prototype of this particular type of construction which you are proposing? That's one. Second, how's the initial capital going to be coming? Did you get into that depth with the developers going to, so how the land is coming and how the initial capital is coming? So if you can give us some insights on that.
Okay, so about the land, there are 5 dockyards in total adjacent to each other. They are going to invest in this project. Land is under BPT. And about cost?
So we are proposing to get the capital cost from the rent. So it comes to around 13 rupees per tenant, which is like 3% of their wage. So that's how we are doing it.
First capital cost will be from the dockyard, which is around 1.8 CR in total for the entire project.
We still have time, so if Judy wants to ask some more questions, we still have time.
It is for 72 units plus all the toilet units and the other recreational units as well. If required, we can create a prototype. Yes.
Replicate.
Yes, right.
So tell me, since you said you are reusing the steel from the rack, so how do you check the structural integrity of the overall system?
So we did simulations in the STAT Pro. So we are the structural steel, which is scrap from the site, will be casted into the sections that we are using. So we got that information in the software simulation that we did. So that's how we'll get to that.
Okay, but someone else will do the recycling of the steel for you, right?
Yes. So even in the dockyard, they dismantle all the materials from the ships. So there are several shops we observed during our site visit which recycle the material.
Okay. Thank you. That was, let's put a hand together again for Team Samarthan for SMMEF Big School of Architecture.
Thank you so much for giving us opportunity to present. Thank you.
Our next presentation is from Team Ekatra from Vishweshwaraya National Institute of Technology, Nagpur, and Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. So we'll message from the podium. Yeah. So as we have mentioned again, the timer is here. Right? Please make sure that you don't interfere with the timer. I'll take the bell inside. And as mentioned, in 4 minutes, you will hear a bell. And then you have 1 minute, but you have timer here, so you can also see that. Yeah. So no worries on that. And then you'll have 5 minutes for question and answer. All right? All the best. And please check if it's ready.
Yeah.
The time starts now.
So every place is distinctive and identifiable by a minimum of 4 adjectives. 4 such adjectives associated with community resilient shelters are rescue camps, dark rooms, gloomy environment, and cramped up spaces. These are what, as and when solutions look alike, but are they really resilient? Given the need of such emergency spaces in the new world, Team Ekatra thus entered the community resilient shelter in collaboration with Urvi Public Trust to tackle the issue of floods in Kolhapur. After a brief survey of site, the need of shelter in Ambewadi was identified. Based on intensity of destruction, cultural acceptance, and government policies, a government-oriented land in Sontare region was selected for the project that covers an area of 20 acres with 2 accessible roads on either side of the site. The site, villagers, and its surroundings by undeveloped land presently used as grazing grounds for the cattle owned by the villagers. Our shelter aims to accommodate 3,000 people, which is basically the whole of Ambewadi village. In order to cater for the present stagnation and further flooding on the site, the structure is placed well 900 mm above the ground over a silted plinth, inspired from local building materials like timber and stone, which is replaced with more durable concrete and stone. The structural members are made from locally produced bamboo, bambusa balcoa clumps, which is integrated with waterproof bamboo walls envelope, we are introducing waterproof bamboo walls as innovated wall panel system with bamboo frame and bamboo boards modified to render max 1.78% water absorption. The windows are semi-glazed with bamboo louvers to cut glare and allow constant natural ventilation. Given the size and scale of the structure, phase-wise construction was adopted to achieve minimum of 27% reduction in cost, efficient revenue generation, and applicability of government schemes. The 4 shelters are planned over a span of 3 years, about 3 years, allowing easy installment for funding and gradual development.
Coming to innovation, the primary destruction during floods is to the building envelope, and the articles, they are owned by the people. So in order to reduce that, what we developed was a bamboo wall that is made out of bamboo boards integrated with the traditional bamboo shear walls. The bamboo boards here are made from bamboo, the waste from sugarcane, urea formaldehyde, and cement, which render a very water-resistant building material. This can also be used by the villagers in their houses to safeguard their belongings even when the floods occur. Moving forward, the other features in this structure would include a total reduction of 61% embodied carbon emissions, which was achieved through use of local material and adaptable technology. We have also incorporated waterproof bamboo panels at product level, material optimization at building level, and to facilitate reduction embodied at site level, landscaping was done. For water reduction, use of efficient fixtures on site, water management using drains, trenches, and rooftop water being collected in tanks leads to a minimum of 11% reduction during the disaster. The storage system includes overhead tanks, underground tanks, and atmospheric water generators. Economic resilience. So when we talk about resilience structure, resilience is of utmost importance. We have identified 3 major areas, namely the pre-floods, autonomy during floods, and post-floods. For pre-floods, signages will be put all along the road to guide people to the shelter. Autonomy is achieved through energy grid independency, water autonomy, as well as the food and waste autonomy, which is everything done on site. Lastly, the post-resilience includes repair kits for damage to the houses, and economic resilience to cattle sheds and vocational training centers, which will be functional in the shelter. Lastly, the energy. So various on-site energy generation sources were used, such as solar energy.
Thank you. Have the mic.
Hi, this side. So, just wanted to check on the cost of the input costs required, and especially the sourcing of material. You mentioned that it's made of bamboo and sugarcane. So, how will you create that logistic supply chain if you're creating such a project, and the cost involved in creating one such unit?
Right. So basically the capital cost would be government funded, and as we discussed the phase-wise construction, that has been planned according to government fundings only. So this is, the shelter is located in Kolhapur, which near a village, and hence all the rural schemes required would be applicable to this, government schemes for rural development, such as DDU-GMY, Pradhan Mantri Gramin Unnati Yojana, etc. Secondly, the total cost of the project would be 17.5 crores, out of which, because of the phase-wise construction, there is a minimum reduction of 22%. So, although the area is huge, we are planning it along phases, and hence there's a huge reduction in capital cost. Again, coming back to your question of sourcing the materials, the bamboo board that we are producing is actually using the waste from sugarcane factories nearby, and hence not only creating a sustainable solution for the flood-prone regions, but actually managing the waste that is already present in the village. So, yes, that's the place where we're sourcing.
Thank you.
We have time for more questions. No more questions from jury? Yeah, one questions.
What is the reusability of this, what are the things you are building there? Can it be reused?
So reuse as in salvaged? So yes, sir. So basically the bamboo boards that we're talking about that are being used in the envelope can also be used for furniture. So when we talk about flood-prone areas, the maximum damage is to the houses and the articles that are kept. So if we make furniture or cupboards out of those boards, the bamboo boards, they can also be used to safeguard those things even in the times of floods.
So you are saying it can be reused or not? It cannot.
It can be used. It can be reused as furniture.
Any questions? Any more questions? No. Okay. Then thank you. Let's put our hand together again.
Thank you.
For Team Ekatra. Next up, we have Team Nova 2 from Jamia Millia Islamia, the winner of Educational Building Division. I request the team members to please come on stage. How would you like to present? From the podium? Okay. So, forward, reverse, pointer. Forward, reverse, pointer. So team, as we know, you have 5 minutes. You have the clock here. We'll start, and then once 4 minutes are over, you will hear a bell, and 5 minutes, you'll have to stop the presentation, right? And after that, you will have question answer interaction section. All the best. You can adjust your mic, and your time starts now.
Nature, beautiful, soothing, and most importantly, generous. But we took it for granted, and now look at the consequences. This damage is not irreversible though, and what better place to sow the seeds of sustainability than schools? Team Nova, in collaboration with the Lodha developers, strives to achieve just that. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Zainab Sania, and this is Mushtaq from Team NOVA, representing Jamia Millia Islamia, and we are here to present our project. Nestled within Pune and spanning 6,800 square meters, our site for Lodha World School is a part of a larger development by Lodha developers. With a ground coverage of 30%, we have achieved an FAR of 1.3. The main entry for the site is from the south, which leads directly to the admin entrance and has parking on either side. The entry point is marked by a multifunctional OAT, which serves as a central square that fosters social interaction. Outdoor play areas and sport area encourage physical activity and movement among kids. All the building entrances, parking, and seatings are shaded to prevent thermal shock. We have implemented agrovoltaicism in the rooftop garden where students will learn organic farming. The massing has been done, keeping in mind the local context and climate, and the form enables self-shading. Punctures were created to facilitate stack ventilation, and further step subtractions were done, creating a hierarchy in the built form. To adapt to the climate, we placed air-conditioned areas on the east and the southeast sides to act as a buffer. Classrooms are placed at the north side to get natural light.
Our design concept focuses on user experience, encouraging movement, teaching sustainability, supporting mental well-being, and making fun learning by using building itself as a teaching tool. The admin areas and the kindergarten are placed on the ground floor and first floor, respectively. We have designed alternative corridors to avoid a well-like feeling and to ensure visual connection to prevent bullying, creating an active learning experience. From second floor onwards, we have the classrooms, multipurpose halls, music and dance rooms. Labs are evenly distributed from third floor onwards, with the library on the topmost floor. We are going net positive by achieving a site EPI of 22 kWh per meter square. This was made possible through the usage of passive cooling strategies like solar chimney and double-skin green facade. The filler slab reduces our concrete usage by 20%, which reduces the dead load. The slab construction cost was further reduced by 30%. Energy-efficient VRF system further reduces the cooling load by 40% compared to base case. The surplus energy that we are generating for solar panels is shared to the grid via net metering. Also, we have developed an innovative photovoltaic shading device with adjustable angles for peak sunlight reception for better efficiency. Through water-efficient fixtures, water consumption was reduced from 45 to 18 liters per capita. Further, xeriscaping, rainwater harvesting, and root zone treatment, we were able to achieve a 60% reduction in water usage. When the grid supply is interrupted, on-site batteries provide battery backup of electricity backup for 1 day. We also have a water autonomy for 29 hours. Our client requirements for RCC as the building structure made our task of reducing embodied carbon a challenge. We countered this with the usage of locally sourced and low-emission materials.
We met our clients' expectations for a premium child-friendly experience with soft pastel colors and durable sustainable terrazzo. Organic farming, a butterfly garden, a sensory pathways reconnect students with the nature. Protective jalis ensure balcony safety. Classrooms have flexible layouts and larger halls feature retractable partitions. Additionally, we have designed our building as a learning aid, and we have specialized as well as multifunctional learning environments. As for waste management, we provided STP, composting, and recycling facilities. We are serving the neighborhood by renting out facilities during non-operational hours, and we have achieved a 13.6% reduction in capital cost and 24.8% reduction in operation cost. In summary, our design not only meets educational and sustainability goals, but also fosters a vibrant and interactive environment.
Fantastic. You finished well in time. Thank you for that. And now we have interaction session with the jury. Jury, you may please proceed to ask your questions.
Thank you for the fantastic presentation. So I have two questions to you. First question is, what are the cost of the project?
The approximate cost of the project was 225 million rupees, and we were able to reduce the cost of the project from 38,000 rupees from a base case per square meter to 33,000 rupees per square meter. So that is a 5,000 rupees reduction per square meter from a base case.
So we are talking about 2.5 crores.
Yes, sir.
Total square feet area?
Total square feet, it is 6,000.
Huh? 22.5 crores, okay. So what that means 3,000 rupees per square feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many students you are planning to accommodate in this school?
Sir,
and what are from which class to which class?
Sir, there will be 2,500 students and 100 staff, and it will be from kindergarten up till higher secondary.
Okay. So I did not find anything on the specific reduction on the water or the energy. Do you have any number there?
Sir, we have the percentages.
No, in terms of the absolute number.
Absolute numbers from the ECBC standards for an educational building, the EPI value was given as 150, and we have reduced it to 22.
150 to 22.
22.
How much? What are the reduction?
The exact, it is...
reduced by almost 4 times?
Yes, sir.
4 or 5 times?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is the water consumption requirement?
We require around 6,000 liters. The water capacity...
Per kid or per child?
The per capita requirement was 18. We have 18. We reduced it from 45 to 18.
From 45 liter to 18 liter. Okay. But how did you achieve from 150 watt to 22 watt? Can you explain a bit?
Yes, sir. Sir, first and foremost, we have used passive strategies for cooling. So our client requirement was that only admin areas and some of the major commons areas be air conditioned. So only 20% of the total spaces are air conditioned. So our air conditioning requirement is first and foremost lower. Second, we have used VRF as an energy efficient system, and we have also optimized the building envelope. Using this, we were able to, first we calculated the tonnage using standard envelope and standard HVAC. We got 87 tons as the refrigeration required.
So and what is 87 ton? How did you arrive at 87 ton?
There was a spreadsheet given to us and we calculated using that.
So per ton, how much square feet you covered there?
We got 87 ton as a total, and we are achieving 37 tons as the requirement. So that is a 40% reduction.
Okay. Yeah, that's what they have reduced.
Total air conditioned area is around 19%, which is coming out to be around 2,000 meters square.
That is 20,000 square feet.
Yes, sir.
Square feet you are cooling by 30 odd tons.
37 tons.
But it's very high, no? What is the then per square feet? How many tons? So that's why. So that's why 37 ton for 20,000 square feet is huge. There's something wrong here. Huh? No.
Generally for 150 odd.
So 1 ton actually you manage, and the conventional cooling is around 600, 500 to 600. Right?
600 square feet.
The efficient one you get up to 1,000.
Working out at, what is it working out at? Which is really about the best in India.
So it should be, that's the efficiency they got. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had 2 questions for you. One is, what is the percentage of built-up area versus circulation area?
Sir, the circulation area is coming around to be 17%.
Are you sure?
Sir, this should be including the common areas.
Yes, circulation area means everything. Corridors, staircases, lifts, all, I mean, informal spaces which are not used to be for regular activity of the educational institute.
Including the informal spaces, it is coming around to be approximately, we haven't calculated exact value, approximately 35 to 40%.
That's quite high. And then one more thing you said, solar shading device.
Yes, sir.
But you have not given any detail of that. Means, is it mechanical? Is it manual?
Yes, sir.
How do you access and how do you operate it?
So the one that we have developed here is a manual one. It is a shading device, essentially with an angle adjustable solar panel on top. So we can adjust the angle for the peak sunlight exposure at the 90 degree.
But how do I know when to adjust and how to adjust?
Sir, we have provided 6 angle adjustment levels for it.
No, that's fine. You have provided 6 angle, 6 level of adjustments. But how do I know when do I operate what?
Sir, it will be labeled on the adjustment levels during which months they are applicable. So it will be a monthly adjustment. We took a monthly average of the sun angle and then we did it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We have one. Wait.
Was there a lift or a ramp in the model? Did we miss it? Are there lifts or are there ramps?
There are ramps actually.
The ramps are there?
In the front.
No, in the building, do you have a lift?
Yes, we have provided lifts at 2 locations actually, one in the rear side and one in the front side. You can see the one leading from the OIT.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is from Team Genesis from NMIMS Balwant Seth School of Architecture and NMIMS Mukesh Patel School of Technology Management and Engineering, the winner of Multi-Family Housing Division. You would like a mic or would you like to present from the podium? Podium? Please. So you know the rules. We have got 5 minutes. At the 5 minutes, I will come and stop you. Thank you. And you can please take the stage, adjust the mic for yourself. So, you're ready? Yeah. You have the ticker with you? No. You have the ticker for the... Okay. So, this is forward. Okay. This is reverse. Sure. This is the pointer if you want to point anything. Sure. But not in Judy's eyes. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Forward, reverse, and don't fumble. It will be difficult there. Okay.
Thank you.
Team ready?
Yeah.
Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. We are Team Genesis, and we are working on a high-rise, high-density project in cluster redevelopment project in Mumbai. This project consists of 4 existing buildings and 1 slum cluster unit. So as you can see, this project is located in the eastern suburbs of Mumbai in Chunabhatti, and it's located next to the Maharashtra Nature Park and the Meethi River. In this project, we have worked with a plot area of roughly 8,000 square meters. And based on our feasibility study, our built-up area has gone to almost 7 times of that. This was required so that we could provide a sizable sale component so that this project is feasible for our project partners as well as the developers. Our project is located in between 2 railway lines, and these 2 railway lines provide a site constraint, asking us to keep a compulsory buffer. Other site constraints that we've had to deal with were lying in low-lying regions of flooding, and the site constraints due to lying in the buffer of the air funnel. Our stakeholders come from varied backgrounds, because of which we've had an equitable approach to our design.
In terms of architectural design, we've iterated through various designs, and we finalized on our design in terms of daylight, wind, views, adjacencies, and incident radiation. We have also designed our plans to be staggered, and we've ensured that our living rooms receive diffuse daylight during the day, and during the night, the bedrooms which are pulled out receive the best views and access to wind and ventilation. We've ensured all our bathrooms and rooms are naturally ventilated, and we've made sure in our design we have a free floor plan. What this ensures is that our users can have flexibility and adaptability. So if a user aspiration is to increase a house, they can seamlessly integrate and buy another apartment. Whereas if they want to break off part of their apartment, they can rent out that portion, and both apartments will have access to the lobby. we have a design approach of integrating our goals throughout, and we've done this in 4 phases, being design, construction, deconstruction, and operation. So for example, in terms of design, we've chosen to have a podium parking instead of basement. And this was quite a challenge given the scale of the project, but what this ensures is a lower embodied carbon and a more affordable option. Similarly, in deconstruction and construction, we're reusing our demolition waste, which again reduces embodied and increases affordability. In terms of operation, we've integrated water performance with energy performance. So we're reusing our grey water and then using that to turn a water turbine, which generates energy. We've done this further in our design, but in terms of engineering and operation, we've right-sized all our systems. We've created a waste management plan and a construction management plan, which ensures that our building is a net zero waste project.
To meet our high energy demands, we have innovative approaches such as urban farming, hydro turbine, biogas, solar water heaters. We also have an innovative app that further guides the daily usage of the building. And we also have an innovative facade system. So in this, we've designed rain windows, which can be used and operated in the monsoon seasons of Mumbai. And our toilet windows reuses the treated grey water for plants and for flushing. We've also done a daylighting analysis, and this helps us design our openings and chhajjas such that we have maximum daylighting and minimum solar window heat gain. In terms of energy, we've achieved an EPI of 24.96. This has been achieved by using systems like a VRF system, right-sizing the VRF system using dehumidifiers, BLDC fans, intensive scheduling, and using of proper materials and equipments. This has helped us to achieve a net zero building.
In terms of water, we've reduced our water consumption by 55%, and we've achieved this with energy-efficient equipment and reusing and recycling and treating our water. As Mumbai is humid, we've realized we can capitalize on the water that is produced in our dehumidifiers. So we're using that in our water cycle to create and reduce the amount we're taking from the municipal source. In terms of embodied carbon, we've achieved a 74% decrease in our embodied carbon in our building. In terms of resilience, we've created a mitigation, response, and recovery plan. What we've done is we've zoned our spaces, such as the banquet hall, to create a relief center.
In terms of affordability and value proposition, we've tried to create a net zero in terms of maintenance. So this has been done by providing amenities like banquet halls, which can be rented out, and then that fund can be used for upkeep of the building. We've also removed our corpus.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. You can please move to the center of the stage for the interaction with the jury. Jury members, please ask your questions. Fire away.
In fact, good presentation, but you had to really run fast on that. And many things we could not really capture what we wanted to. So a question here. Yeah. So have you made any change in the envelope of the building with respect to conventional material? So while you said you have used chhajja and rainwater, I think something on the facade and all.
Yes.
But other than that, on the envelope, have you done anything?
Yes, so instead of traditional bricks, we've used AAC blocks. That has also further helped to reduce embodied carbon, reduce our costs drastically. And yeah, that's why and it also helps in decreasing noise and heat in the building. So we've used AAC blocks.
So we have like a system where there's a layer of there's a half brick layer, then there's a pervious concrete layer, and then there's a full brick. So this reduces sound as well, as we're abutting a railway station, and Mumbai in general is quite noisy.
Yeah. So, okay, and I think you also mentioned that there is a railway line beside that.
Yes.
So anything onto the vibration and all, have you taken care of that?
So as for resilience, we have designed for earthquake proofing as well. So there's box action in our structural system. So that does take care of vibrations due to railway because that's significantly lower.
Okay.
Yeah. And Mumbai has the DCPR law of the setbacks as is. So there's that degree of safety as well.
Okay.
Yep. So good work, enough engineering done. Multiple questions arising in the mind. Post-COVID, the aspirations have changed for family housing. How have that been taken care of here?
I'd like to start by thanking you. I think you were our wildcard juror and we are here because of wildcard. So thank you so much. But yeah, family aspirations, something we've truly considered. We've gone and interviewed each and every single user and we have recorded interviews plus drawings for the same. But what we've done is the flexibility and adaptability aspect is the main thing where people can sort of, increase and decrease sizes of their apartments. However, we've also added furniture that is specific to adaptability. For example, one of our users, Sarita, is a teacher and a tuition teacher. So she uses one space that becomes her children's bedrooms at night, but during the day she has this openable table that, caters to tuitions, for example. So these kind of considerations we've made in our floor plan and designed certain furnitures.
Even post-pandemic, like you mentioned, we've also provided balconies in some of the flats. These balconies, based on family aspirations, can then either be taken into the flat or, like we said in COVID, they did require a third space, right? So that can be used depending on the family usage and requirements.
Okay. I could not see the cost sheet because it moved very fast. So in terms of operating costs, since this is a common strata housing development, have you considered, what is it, what are you arriving at that cost? And is it going to be a pinch on the pocket or you're subsidizing it with the benefits of a good design?
So, like we mentioned a little bit towards the end, but we're planning to make this zero maintenance. This is because, like we mentioned, we have 4 societies coming in together. So we have people from varied economic backgrounds, because of which we have zero maintenance. This is done through, so we have banquet halls, amenities, gyms, things like that, which can be rented out. And that in turn, whatever money is generated from that will be used for maintenance, upkeep, and will be used as a sink fund for further maintenance. So in that sense, it's not a pinch in the pocket. While along with design, we are providing this sense of zero, like the idea of zero maintenance.
Okay, that's fine. All the best.
I have a question here.
Yeah.
Thanks for good presentation. You spoke about that you have done a study about natural ventilation.
Yes.
You have studied the air movement pattern. Can you explain a bit?
So there are 2 things we've done. We did an overall CFD analysis of wind in the area. However, for a unit level analysis, we've used a tool called OptiVent, where we've gotten our air exchange rates. And since we had cross ventilation, as I said, we've pulled out the bedrooms. So our bedrooms have windows with cross ventilation. We've also varied the heights of the windows. And each of these interventions resulted in a change in the amount of airflow you're getting. So we've optimized that to 9 air exchanges per hour.
Have you factored in the pollution coming in through that?
So our facade is designed to tackle the pollution. We have screens for protection. And we've, in addition to pollution, we've also considered ideas like mosquitoes. So we have a mosquito net as well. And in case the pollution is severe, there is a secondary window called a rain window, which is open and only ensures ventilation and blocks out additional unwanted problems from the external environment.
So what is the additional cost for this?
We have budgeted it all throughout our system, and while it
versus normal?
So we've significantly lowered our costs because we have reused some of our materials. For example, our building already has great granite sill and lintel on our windows. So we're reusing those, which has reduced our cost. We're not using aluminium, and we're selling the existing aluminium used in the window. So in these kind of interventions, we've almost made up for that additional cost that will be there because of these very important sort of interventions you require in your facades in Mumbai.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Is that all right? Do we have time?
Yes, we have a short question, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi. Just wanted to know what are the interactive spaces that are there in between your buildings? Because you have really high rises, and I can see it can easily be between 15 to 20 floors. So do you have interactive spaces in between? Because people tend to come together.
Yeah,
and
so
how big are or how small are your staircases? Because that's where the maximum interaction happens in multifamily.
Yeah, so we've provided, while we do have open spaces down, we have provided open spaces across at multiple levels. This is because usually when you tend to go high-rise, you tend to dissociate almost from, isolate yourself from the ground level, which is why we have open spaces of different sizes and scales so that they can be used for different functions across the building. So that's one thing that we've done.
So for example, since it's a setback is there because of the railway, we have received that step building. So each of those terraces become these sort of pockets for activity. And additionally, our terrace itself has solar panels and urban farming both. And we've considered for walkways in between. So that becomes, and we really believe the urban farming will be a community-driven activity. And since that biophilia of having plants around you is so beneficial, one can choose to go to either of the two on the ground floor, adding up to around 7,000 floor space area, meter square. Yeah. So while those two are available, there are also those at various levels.
Please wrap up your answer. Thank you. Thank you. Team, there is a big timer here. Sometimes look at the timer as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. But thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the answer questions. Please, please. All right. Moving forward, we have next up Team Akang from BMS College of Architecture and BMS College of Engineering, the winner of Office Building Division. Please come on stage. So team, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. Your timer is here, right? At 4th minute, you will hear a bell, and at 5 minutes, I will ask you to stop your presentation, right? And after that, you'll have 5 minutes of question answer as well. Remember, your answer should be succinct, and you will get 5 minutes of answers. Questions are not timed, right? So please keep looking at the timer and mold your answers according to that, okay? All the best to you. You're ready?
Yes.
And the time starts now.
Good afternoon, we are Team Akang. So when we think about offices, why do we only think about offices in an urban setting? Why don't we think about offices in rural India? Being an agrarian country, we have farmers who are migrating to cities to ensure a livelihood. So why are we not catering to this populace of our country? Thus, this brings us to our project Siri, where we are trying to redefine the notion of office spaces. Our project partner, Utra, is working closely with the millet farmers of Malvali, where they're trying to transform farmers into farmerpreneurs. Farmerpreneur who is a farmer as well as an entrepreneur. So there are other facets to this, which includes local economy, revival of millets, and sustainability. Moving on, when we look at the other requirements of our project partner, it included the use of local timber as the main construction material, repurposing of the rainwater harvesting pit, as well as to obtain a self-sustaining carbon-negative design without the use of HVAC systems. Siri, a net zero office and visitor center in Malvali, Mandya, Karnataka, is part of a larger campus of Utra, in which our project is part of phase 3. Site is the 840 square meter site with 1,300 square meters built up. Our design was an iterative process where we've arrived at an efficient design after climatic analysis done based on various simulations. In the present design, we have visitor center at the pit level, public farmer interaction at the ground floor level, and official working spaces for farmers at the first and the mezzanine spaces, thus catering to all the user groups of our building. We also have a form which is climatic responsive, where we have solar, where we can cater to solar radiations, maximizing daylighting conditions. When we look at the interior spaces, all the spatial planning has been done, keeping in account the spatial requirements, as well as the nature of spaces, such as maximizing daylighting for office spaces, ensuring special requirements for visitor center, as well as ensuring there's an interaction between the various user groups of our spaces. Looking at the materiality aspect, which was core in reducing the cost as well as in the carbon of our building, we have used various materials such as least use of concrete in the foundations, followed by rammed earth at the pit level, continuing with the timber structures at the ground and the first floor level, and finally we have an envelope optimization that's done. Basically, being a timber structure, we worked with George Lusinger of Timber Structures Bangalore, where we prototyped our timber framework and joinery, which was based off eucalyptus wood. And moving on, we had lantana particle board, which we used for fenestrations as well as for our multifunctional furniture. Lantana being an invasive weed species, we tapped onto its potential. Having a multitude of materials, we had to ensure that the construction, maintenance, and operation of this was taken care of, which was done through the Trimble site vision.
Since we had to mitigate HVAC systems, we came up with a natural ventilation system where we modified the double glass facade into a solar chimney, which helped vent out the hot air. We made use of wind towers where we could bring in cold air by the terracotta lattice. We made use of cross ventilation, and also in terms of daylighting, we have the northern double glass facade as the main source and northern lights on the southern facade. And pivotable windows help in bringing in cross ventilation, allowing to reduce humidity. In terms of health and well-being, we have tried and achieved 77% of the annual comfort hours according to 90% acceptability as per the IMAC model. We have also done simulations to achieve maximum daylighting and to reduce the glare. In terms of energy generation, the entire demand is met through on-site energy generation, and we have tried and reduced the EPI to the least, which is through active, passive strategies, and the envelope optimization, which is the lowest, which is 10.79. In terms of water, we are reducing the water consumption by an overall of 57%, which is 23 LPCD. In terms of embodied carbon, we are achieving almost 122.4% reduction, making it a carbon negative through the LCA analysis. In terms of resilience, we have 4 different resilience strategies, and we have 3 working days of energy autonomy and water autonomy of 17 days. In terms of our value proposition, which is the main thing, since all the villages are trying to move towards urban cities and migrating, we are trying to give a better working condition in our villages and try to create a hub where they could all stay together and grow. We have also proposed an app which could try and connect different farmapreneurs in India and also create an ecosystem for them. For our project partners, we've tried and reduced the operation.
Stop, please. Thank you. Thank you. Jury members, your questions, please.
Hello. Here. You have used this solar chimney and that wind tower concept for ensuring ventilation in the building, but you can't ensure proper ventilation throughout the day, and also your building is only going to be occupied in the daytime.
Okay, since the office working hours are from 10 to 5, and during the summer months is when this will efficiently work due to the temperature difference of 12 degrees from the indoor and outdoors. And during winters, we have integrated centrifugal fans in the southern roof, which helps in enhancing the ACH whenever the temperature difference is not met.
So basically, whenever we have a temperature difference, the solar chimney along with the wind catcher keeps working. Whereas only in these seasons where there's a lesser temperature difference between the interior and the exterior is when we have a centrifugal fan system. So that's catering to overall from like throughout the year.
Yeah, but how are you ensuring that it's going to work? I mean, you can tell theoretically that it is going to work, but have you done some simulation for that?
So we have done CFD analysis through which from the design builder we are getting the CFM, from which we are achieving 7 ACH in most of our spaces.
And the last question is, why have you, I mean, you have kept the glass surface tilted towards the sky. So that is going to get more radiation into the heat into the building. Why not keep it the other way and shade it? Or of course, you want to try solar chimney there, right?
Yes. So exactly, we've faced the whole facade, the double glass facade towards north, where we are also getting daylight, and also at the same time the efficiency of the solar chimney enhances. But in order of glare, if you talk about glare, and this is also this is also done with the inclination based on the summer solstice. So it's parallel to it, and if at all the glare comes, we've added those vertical fins which reduces the glare in the spaces there.
vertical fins, is it visible in this picture?
These are the vertical fins.
They are made of what material?
Wooden vertical fins.
And how do they move? They automated?
No, they are fixed at an angle where we are getting the maximum glare, and this is also done through maximum daylight and to reduce the glare.
Okay.
It's done through simulation.
Okay, thank you.
We have time for more questions, if jury has any more questions.
So you used a lot of wood members in your this thing. So what is the fire rating, and have you looked at from a fire perspective, how would that work?
So looking at timber structures, firstly we have treated it with cashew nut shell liquid, which is basically making it timber fire resistant. And also when we speak about timber structures, they are inherently fire resistant. What I mean is when we have a fire, the structure doesn't collapse. The wood chars, and this layer that gets charred acts as a insulating layer for the fire to further get into the structure. Hence, it gives us a minimum time of 2 to 3 hours before we evacuate the building. That's how we have taken care of fires.
So
also
basically, it's assembly building, offices are assembly building. You're getting a lot of people here. So you need at least 2 hour fire rated at least minimum.
Yeah, so we have a 2
is
to
it
3
giving you a
hours.
2 hour fire rating?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's a
But
timber structure and because of its
have you
inherent
tested it,
property.
or is there a how do you know it will give you a 2
So
hour?
we worked in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Wood Science and Technology and Mr. Anil Sethi from that institution. He has worked on materials such as eucalyptus, Milia dubia, and from his on collaborating with him, we know this, and these were part of his research.
Great, good.
Thank you. Thanks to Akang. Please give the mics. They're not gifts now, not your trophies yet. All right. The next presentation is from Team Resolution from IES College of Architecture, Dwarkadas J. Sanghvi College of Engineering, Maratha Vidya Prasarak Samaj, Sharat Chandraji Pawar College of Architecture, and United World Institute of Design, the winner of Residential Cooling Retrofit Division. And team, how would you like to present? You take the podium?
Yes.
You want to take the podium? Okay. So, you have 5 minutes. The timer is here. And at the end of 4 minutes, we'll hear a bell. And the 5 minutes, I will request you to stop your presentation. And they're setting up. You're ready? Wait.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then your time starts now.
Good evening, everybody. We are from Team Resolution, and if you think it, we can make it. Our vision is to enhance well-being, prioritizing user experience and sustainability.
We researched cooling device, analyzed the market, and identified the user needs. Over the past few years, Indian newspapers have been flooded, highlighting the concerns with cooling load.
From our user research, we found 42% users complained about high electricity bills, 45% are frustrated with installation and maintenance issues, 60% have issues with IDU like water drippings, exposed drain pipe, 72% residents we visited had to compromise on balcony spaces, 70% developers and architects believe that facade quality is affected because of bulky audios. I can see some heads nodding here. I think the number is more. All these are limitations of current AC stock, which gives rise to user needs and aspirations of today. We have direct,
Like I want an AC but don't want hassles of core cutting and fixed installation.
It is difficult to service AC unit on the facade, sir, and so on and so forth. We have directly catered to these pain points with our product, which is energy efficient, easy to maintain, portable without an ODU, and stylish. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Koala.
मेरे बेटे का रूम का एसी भी आ गया, चलो हॉल का एसी भी आ गया, अब गर्मी की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व.
Yeah, the balanced payment of the 3 ACs.
Thank you, sir.
So why did you get 3 ACs when you can get 1 Koala?
Oh, I didn't know that. I should look for it then.
Oh, you should.
Koala, your personal chill companion. Our technology is novel in this category, which is soon to be patented. Device is easy to use and install with personalized cooling. We are today available in 2 financially feasible variants. One, Koala Ultra, priced at 45,500, integrated with HEPA filter, chargeable remote, and an extra long wire for your convenience. Then we are also, the second one is Koala Ultra, Koala Pro, with integrated IoT systems that help you smart control your machine. The global market of portable AC is rising at rate of 8.4% CAGR, and residential segment comprising of 76% market share. These are our competitors, but they provide portable AC with exhaust pipe, just like Red Bull without wings. Ours is truly portable AC. Our GTM is divided into 3 phases. Phase 1, we identified our early adopters as tenants and renters in metropolitan and super metropolitan cities. We plan to run a pilot program of 100 units to be given on rent via platforms like Rentical on revenue sharing model. We will tell them, people pehle istemal kare, fir vishwas kare, and get their feedback for improvisation. Then we will focus on both retail and online channels. Phase 2 comprises of B2B segments like real estate developers, architects, and interior designers like you, who will be our promoters. We will tap you through exhibition partners and media partners. Phase 3, we will improvise our distribution channels in Tier 2 cities.
ROI is calculated for the 5 years, which shows we are in loss by minus 4.97% due to expense in marketing and developing our brand, Koala. It will eventually become a profitable business.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, presenters. Please take your mics and move to the center of the stage for interaction with the jury.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Great presentation, but I want to understand a little more about the tech, right? While we understand about the portability and the ODU units not being present, what does it mean from a cooling perspective compared to an AC, power consumption, and also from a cost perspective? You mentioned about the 45,000 and 55,000 is how much you're selling it at. How much does it cost for you to make one of these right now? Sorry, there are 3 questions in that. Do you want me to repeat?
No.
Yeah, sure.
So technologically speaking, there are two systems. One is liquid cool system, which is there in the bottom, and another one is air cool system. The liquid cool system consists of one heat sink, which takes in all the heat and then slowly dissipates heat when, just like your refrigerator, when there is a person who is not at home. So our target user is the young working population. So they'll use it at night as night AC, and then in the morning, it can dissipate heat slowly when there is nobody at home.
To answer your second question about the cost, that how we came about 45,500. So we have calculated the manufacturing cost and the raw material, which came out to be 32,400. And for the transport and labor costs, including, it comes to be 36,400. We added our markup as 25%, which comes out to be a 45,500. And as shown in the unit economic, we will be profitable in third year with 12%, which will be 5,450 rupees on each unit by the third year.
I'll go through that sheet. And just a quick, on the comparison with the traditional AC on the power consumption piece, where do you all stand?
So the cooling part uses anywhere between 0.7 kilowatt hour of energy. In conventional AC, it is 1.
What size of room can it cool?
1,500 cubic feet of a room.
Understood.
Which requires a 1.5 ton AC in normal.
And what range of temperatures can it go from?
Comfortable temperatures of 22 to 28 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
Hi. So I heard your use case being used at night, and then when the room is empty, dissipate.
Yes.
So what happens on the weekend when the whole day the AC is required? How will the person cool his place?
So, you want to answer?
Yeah. So during the weekends, we are going to make it more efficient in the iteration 3 by the size and by the components. It will increase the number of hours, and the person don't use for the 24 hours. Through our research, out of 165 interviews, we have found there are only 3 to 4 people who are using for the whole days. Others are using for maximum 3 to 4 hours for continuously, which we fit into it.
For the night time or for the daytime, the continuous usage of the AC is 3 to 4 hours, like a continuous thing. Then we can definitely use this AC during the weekend as well.
How did you get to 0.7 kilowatt hours usage? What's the tonnage capacity that you're...
1 ton.
1 ton. So 0.7 kilowatt hours for 1 ton.
Yeah.
And compared to a conventional 4-star AC today, do you know what that number is?
So for conventional ACs, the baseline is 1.2 kilowatt per hour, where we are achieving 0.75 to 0.8.
Have you done any testing, or is it only at a concept?
Yeah, we have tested with the proper instrument, which we have already given in the report, as well as shown in the divisional jury as well.
Great work on the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I've got a question. You said it dissipates heat like a refrigerator. But the amount of heat rejected by a refrigerator is much less compared to what a 1 ton AC would dissipate. So it's like you're taking the heat from the person in the room, and then after he's gone, you're trying to dissipate that heat in that particular room itself. So how does it work?
Ma'am, the water mass, the liquid mass which is there, it will absorb the heat and store.
Yeah, but then when you're cooling the condenser coil of the the AC circuit, it heats up the water. So the water is getting hotter and hotter as time progresses, and there's a time limit. After that, let's say he stops operating the thing. And then that water, which is the heat which is accumulated in that water, is what you're dissipating, correct? Yeah, so then there's a little mismatch about that.
So firstly, if there is a person in the room, he won't feel the heat because most of the people also have refrigerator in the living room, but they don't feel the heat of that refrigerator.
No, but the capacity of that refrigerator as compared to this thing is
the reason to give the concept of refrigerator is the same, because it is leaving the heat very slowly that you cannot feel it. So it takes time to leave the heat and the temporal dissipation. Or the other option, when the person is leaving, he can put his machine in the balcony space and let it go out the heat from the room also.
Yeah, that is possible if he puts it up in the... And the weight of the water is, I understand, the weight of this device is, you had 60 liters of water.
Yes. Yeah.
And plus the weight, so moving it around, is it very easy?
Yes,
right
ma'am.
now, single user, like in the campus, we could move it really easily, but we are also experimenting with materials. So right now it is in metal body, the final prototype, but it will soon be in plastic body so that the overall weight also reduces, and also the size of the machine will be reduced by around 32%.
And how many hours have you tested this device?
So we tested it for 1.5 hours of testing, like a continuous cooling testing.
But 1.5 hours is nothing.
In a 1.5 hour continuously, but in a daytime we have tested it in a.
I mean, a whole
periodic
night.
manner.
A whole night is about, let's say, 8
So
to
for
8 to 10
security
hours.
purpose, we have not tested it. It can go and run for the 3 to 4 hours continuously, but due to security purpose.
Right
during
now the
testing-
coolant requires, the temperature of the coolant also increases. So it can reach up to 150 degrees Celsius, but we are cutting it down when it reaches 50 degrees Celsius for this prototype. But sooner we'll do an alterations and make sure that the AC is continuously run through 4 hours and do the testing.
Okay, my last, it's not a question, that you please look at how much heat a refrigerator rejects to the room as compared to what your AC is rejecting. You need to make a comparison between that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Team, please remove the prototype.
Thank you, everybody.
The clicker.
The final presentation for today evening is from Team Ekatvam from SMEF's Brick School of Architecture and BRA Blacks and Vishwakarma Institute of Information Technology, the winner of Community Resilience Shelter Division. How would you like to present with the podium? Okay. So team, you have 5 minutes. Just timer is here. At the end of 4 minutes, you will hear a bell. And at 5 minutes, I will ask you to stop the presentation.
Yes.
All right, you're ready? Your PPT is on the board. Good. Yeah, this is next. All right, team, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, jury members and participants. We Team Ekatvam will be presenting our project Agatya. Tribal communities in Maharashtra face numerous problems. Among them, the Katkari community stands out, requiring a holistic approach for empowerment. Katkari community is one of the 75 particular vulnerable tribal group, PVTGS. The name Katkari is derived from forest-based activities, the making and bartering of sale of cashew from kher tree. We Team Ekatvam from Brick School of Architecture as a lead institute for this project, collaborating with VIT College of Engineering. Our project partner Ayush Foundation and our industry partner VK Environmental and Spirit as our industry partners. In Maharashtra, Palghar district comprises of a total 8 talukas. Majority of the Katkari community resides in Vasa village of Talasri Taluka. The climate of the region is hot and humid, and the wind direction is from southwest to northeast. The village has 9 padas, including Bhuj Pada, Kodi Pada, Brahman Pada, Patil Pada, RC Pada, and Machi Pada. The village comprises of 250 people and 60 houses. Our site spanning 10,182 square meters alongside flowing river Tumb. While analyzing the context, we came across various issues faced by the community. Water availability in the region is limited to just 4 months annually, leaving the population without sufficient resources for agriculture during remainder of the year. Agricultural relies solely on rainwater, limiting the growing season to just 4 months. Community is adapted with bamboo weaving and other skill set where the bamboo is naturally available in the context. The village experienced storms in nearby coastlines. Based on the problem analysis of the context, community was in need of resilience. Thus, the community resilience, climatic resilience, economic resilience, cultural resilience, and energy resilience. Our focus shifted towards providing basic solutions, resulting in the development of shared vision term known as community participatory design. Thus, our vision is to create self-sustaining ecosystem in Vasa village that not only promotes environmental conservation, but also provides essential infrastructure by connecting padas with loops, enhancing sustainable farming through skill sharing. Our solution involved expanding water bodies to store rainwater, focusing on low-lying areas in the region, identified through topography analyses and strategies, were proposed for the water conservation, which will be carried out for the year. To ensure economic facilitation and avoid multiple smaller pumps, villagers integrate into group to share pumps for individual farmlands. After addressing water needs, we introduce vertical agroforestry, where these are the different types of vegetation grown on the plot according to the division of the plot. Here is the before and after scenario of the Vasa village. Our site near to the pond with the approach road on its side, using zoning to segregate public, private, and semi-public spaces, public amenities, with a central community open space. We considered the entire land topography for natural drainage and water supply in CRS planning. Ayurvedic plantation, sustainable agriculture, animal husbandry, solar panels were proposed on the site planning principles. When we enter to the approach road, these are the entire view of the site which was being portrayed in the presentation. These are the before and after scenario of this site and the views in the interior part of the building. The animation and picture portrayed a scenario of the multipurpose hall during the disaster and non-disaster period. To reduce the energy consumption of the building and to achieve the thermal comfort, these were the strategies proposed based on the analysis. Thus, the EPI achieved for the building was 21.57 kilowatt hour per year. Thus, there was 44.5% of reduction of EPI was achieved. Thus, the total energy requirement for the building was satisfied using solar panel, where the total energy saving achieved was 1024.64 kilowatt. Thus, this is the energy distribution system over the padas, which are being interconnected through a loop. The total cost of the construction was the 2,40,65,075 rupees. Thus, coming towards the innovation part, the idea of innovation springs from existing challenges faced by the community. In response to the need of villagers, a series of solutions have been devised. A pixelated bamboo plaza, versatile plaza designed to serve multiple community functions from hosting. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Please move to the center of the stage with your mics for interaction with the jury members. All right, juries.
Yeah, hi. Hi, here. Thanks, nice presentation. What I wanted to ask was, what are your, when you're saying that you also looked at the economic solutions to help, to make them resilient, what were those economic solutions you had?
Yeah.
And
So,
I have one more question, but finish.
So I'm coming towards the economic solution. So initially, when we started to analyze the problems of the villagers itself, the first and foremost occupation of the villagers was the farming. But due to lack of availability of the water, there was no gain of economy due to it. So they were just practicing the agriculture just for 4 months, and rest of the time they were migrating to another places. So when we provide the water conservation at first place, and secondly, when we boost the agricultural practice to the strategies which we have been proposed, there will be gain of economy through that agricultural practice. So that was our motive of promoting those through strategies.
And secondly, I want to add that, so initially we have shown the skill set which have the kath making and the So the CRS provides a platform for the community to display their skill set and have the opportunity to go outside market and have a good economic from them.
And adding to this point, we also have initiated Vasa Bhatkanti, a project where the outer people, the tourists, could come to visit the village and have the tour of entire village. That will support the economy of the village.
So
and
that outer world will connect with the village and have the essence of the village itself.
Yeah.
Also, because Maharashtra villages are very, community driven. Do you see this being scalable in what way? Tomorrow, if I'm a villager in Vasa and I have somebody else coming in from some other place, how do you see this being able to replicate itself? Do you see that happening? Or is it very exclusive to Vasa?
Yeah, it's exclusive to Vasa, I can say, because the community which we see in the Vasa itself, it's the Katkari community. So the main Pada where we are interventing our site is Brahman Pada, and there the community resides is the Katkari community. But the common language of culture, the common language of tradition is being seen throughout the entire village of Vasa. So that can be replicable throughout the Padas of the Vasa village. So that is...
And the principles what we have undertaken in the CRS could be replicated everywhere so that there could be a holistic approach for the development of the village itself.
Thank you. Hi. So appreciate that you have really gone deep into understanding the community. I wanted to understand how are you solving the problem of water for them? So how are you storing that, or how are you ensuring that the water stays there for them?
Yeah, so initially we have started with the topography analysis of the entire Vasa village. The entire Vasa village consists of the area of 12.04 square kilometers. So there we have noted the only low-lying areas, the lowest contour areas. There we have proposed the water-based strategies, so water conservation strategies such as farm.
What is exactly that? Because water will evaporate from that, right?
Yeah.
So how are you storing the water for them? How are you ensuring that they have continuous availability of water across the year?
So, sir, the rainfall is heavy in the region, but the main point is that it is on a slopey terrain, so the rain flows down suddenly. So the main intention of to propose catchment areas is that to store the rainwater within the months, so that we also talked with our project partner for this, so that he could also guide us for this. So he also told that giving the strategies, so what strategies we have mentioned earlier, like farm pots, canards, so that will help to store the rainwater within the area itself, and that could directly get back to the farmlets through the solar panels, which could be used from the PM Kusum Yojana solar panels.
Okay.
We have time for one short question, if any jury wants to ask. No? Then thank you. Thanks, team.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was the wonderful session where we saw the finalists and teams from the divisions present their pitches to the final grand jury for the grand prize. Now, before the grand jury breaks apart and moves to another room to deliberate and decide the grand winner, we have few important announcements. For the first announcement, I would like to call Aroma Ravi, the director of IIHS, Herlin Oberoi, head project management Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited, and Senior VP Tata Housing Development Company Limited, and Shraddha Navandar, who is an SDI alumni and currently works with IES, for the announcement, please. Please come on stage.
Evening to all of you. A lot of deliberations on doing net zero buildings and some fact checks. So now that we have pressed the pedal and the acceleration is full swing, where are the professionals to help us, achieve this target? Now that's the main cause. So as much as we have seeded all our projects on, net zero, we need a lot of engineering and associated professionals to achieve this task. So to overcome this situation, AEEE with IHS now have formulated a course, and basically the course is titled Fundamentals of Doing a Net Zero Building. And this is available to you, all of you online, and covers all the aspects of, planning, designing, and executing a net zero building. It's available to you, all of us. It's live. So I would really request all of you and encourage all of you to make the best use of that course, because industry does need, a lot of professionals to serve this cause.
Thanks, Harleen. So there was a question in the morning of how do we take all the experience that we have in the room over the last 5 years, not to the few thousand people, 5,000, 6,000 that are here, to another 50,000. And in a sense, this is the answer to that. We have systematically tested over the last many years just now the self-learning modules, and you can see the outcomes here. You can see hidden behind so many of the presentations, the analytical work that's done, and I think the many months of difficulty that the students and faculty members also to support them have taken. So this is now open sourced. It's available on Coursera, which is the world's largest platform, and IHS has a large program called the Digital Blended Learning Program that supports sort of learning across the world. So it's available not only to people inside the country, but we're hoping people from across the world will be able to access this and look at and see what can actually happen here. So we're really glad to make this happen. This is a great moment for us, so that we're able to then sort of accelerate this process to 10x of where we are at the current point of time.
Yes, so hello everyone, and I see the finale Josh to be really high, so happy to see you all here. So I am here to share my experience, the transition from being an SDI participant to the winner, like one of the winning team, and right now as a project consultant at IES. So for me, of course, this day we see that e-learning platform has been in a boom, like it is a boom and everywhere we have multiple resources available. But while referring to the SLMs, the self-learning modules, it stands out to me, like in the way that the narratives and the visual explanations, the animated examples which they have provided through the modules. Also, what additional information they have given, the links and also the resources which are provided with every content, with every subtopics, makes it easier to refer to the topic back and you don't feel lost in the topic. There are, of course, some personal tips what I followed and I would like to give you all the students here. That it is good to be consistent with those modules so that we have a kind of a deep understanding through all the topics, one behind the other. Secondly, make an attempt for all the quiz and the questionnaires which are available so that you are in the loop of the topics continuously. Now taking it on the career forefront, I would like to share how helpful it was for me during my career experience. So at IES, we do the consultancy for all the global projects for decarbonizing the buildings globally using IES software. So for me, my journey has been like I started like an intern. I was working on the energy modeling for different applications, the energy, daylighting, and multiple compliances, global compliances like the LEED, BREEAM, neighbors, etc. So during my internship, I explored the different applications and different parameters, the energy the sustainable domains. And there was an upliftment from the company to work as a permanent employee, as a project consultant. So while coming onto this role, there was, of course, a collaborative environment. So people, like the different employees come from different background, the mechanical engineering, the different MBA students, and also we as an architect. So of course, there has to be some bridge or the understanding of the topics. So in that way, this SLMs, there are multiple, for me specifically, there are some energy topics related to the HVAC sizing, the thermal envelope. So the basic understanding of these topics helped me to adapt to this environment and the collaborative culture very easily. So but I would like to end on the note, in the morning, as Prasad sir mentioned, that we have 500 students here who has got an opportunity to have access to this platform. But yeah, there are 500 plus thousand students and young professionals who are willing to make a change. So here, you and me are enough fortunate to have access to this platform. But let's try to spread this awareness, so you know that how vast is the digital platform and how easy we can just spread the awareness and the help regarding the learnings around. So let's do this together, and my urge is that we can try to educate more and more people and even the professionals regarding the basic sustainability domain. So yeah, let's build it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to end here, this is really the social media moment in some senses, fine? We want to take this message out to at least 50,000, if not 100,000 professionals. And I'll give you my personal experience here. 5 years ago, we launched a course on sustainable buildings. It's now the largest course of its kind in the world. There are 50,000 people who've taken it across the world. It's a much longer course, much more difficult to get through. So it's really had an impact in some senses, but there is a downside. The downside is, you walk into a place pretty much in different parts of the world, and they said, oh, you're the person who taught you about this. So I think a big sort of hand of applause to the SDI team that's built this out, tested it with so many students and faculty members, so that it's now going to be available to everybody. Fill in the gaps in our educational system, add to what the Council of Architecture is doing, and hopefully help AICTE to fill these critical gaps in education, produced by the best minds and the best innovators in the country. So thank you so much. Thank you, Ali.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shraddha, Aromar, and Herlin. That was great. I hope many more students will be benefited by these courses. For next announcement, I would like to invite Satish Kumar, President and Executive Director of AEEE. Just a few days ago, SDI has entered into some new strategic partnerships.
Of Professor Ashok Lal, Aromar Ravi, Prasad Vaidya, and myself. And we have been always thinking about how to make SDI program better. And these two partnerships that I think we are moving forward with now is also built upon some of the other MOUs and partnerships that we have built over the last 4 years. So for instance, one example is the Council of Architecture partnership, and I was talking to some of the faculty members, and they were saying that I think that's a really important piece, because I think now we can say that Council of Architecture actually supports Solar Decathlon India, so we should be having a studio design course which is going to be focused on the net zero energy building design philosophy and concepts and fundamentals. So I think, again, I would say the supervisory group is always thinking about, I think, what's best for the SDI program, what kind of partnership will actually help the entire ecosystem. And I just want to take a moment to recognize, I think, the entire contributions of supervisory group, because they are not visible. We meet a few times, but just put our hands together to Prasad Vaidya, Professor Ashok Lal, and Aromar Ravi. And before I end, I just want a couple of things to share in terms of, I think Prasad moderated a session, and now that I have mic, so maybe I'll take a couple of minutes more. In terms of, I think, where do we see, I think, in terms of, again, SDI moving forward, and I think all the alumni of SDI. So I think this MOU that we are signing is with Real Estate, I think, a Developers Association. And I think as I am sitting in the presentations, and a lot of the questions that you are seeing is about cost, is about like how much does it cost, what is the total cost of the project, what is the per square foot cost. And many times when I reflect that when I was doing undergrad in architecture, we were not too much concerned about cost, definitely not as much aware as today's students are. But you will be tested. I think on one side, Solar Decathlon India is training you on the fundamentals, and it is also emphasizing the importance of cost. But it's very important to learn about economics, learn about financing, learn about return on investment. And because if you can combine your technical skills with your business skills, with your financing and economic skills, I can tell you that you will be in demand. You will be chased by, I think, in many organizations, because that's a commodity that is very, very rare. So that's one advice that I have for you. The second piece that I would say is that while the SDI program is equipping you with some of the fundamentals, never underestimate the power of compounding. And I think there is a saying that compound interest is like the eighth wonder of the world. The person who understands it benefits from it, and the person who doesn't understand it pays it. And this is more in the context of investment. But compounding is also something that is very important, whether you are in a profession, whether you are in a relationship. And I think what you are learning today in terms of the fundamentals, you need to build upon it. You need to build upon it layer by layer as you go into jobs, as you take on more responsible positions. So that's my second piece of advice, that by doing that, you will become a leader in your profession. And through that, one of the things that worries me, that people who do not understand that what net zero energy building is and how it can transform the built environment, they want to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt into the minds of people, I think, who are on the margin, who are sitting on the fence, whether I should go down this path or not. And I think if you are confident, if you understand your basics, your fundamentals, your economics, then you will be the person who can actually bring clarity by removing this fear, uncertainty, and doubt in the people who matter. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Satish. Not only these announcements are exciting, but I also believe that your advice to the students will also go a long way and help them in their career prospects. Another announcement you will hear from me on behalf of Ravi Sarangan from Edifice Consultant, who was here, and he was so impressed by the finalists and their presentations that he has committed to taking 10 students as interns from this year's finalists. With all these exciting presentations and announcements, we now come to the end of this session. We will now take a small tea break, and the grand jury will break with Ashok Lal, and they will decide which team pitch was the most convincing. And in the morning, the tea will be served in 2 areas. You can enjoy the tea, you can talk with students, and then among yourself as well, and then you can come back here around at 5:30. So see you all at 5:30 for the awards ceremony. Thank you all. and welcome to the final session of Solar Decathlon India 2024. We are the most anticipated session where we give out all the awards, including the video, Best Video Award, all the runners-up for the divisional sessions, the Grand Jury Award, and the Best Faculty Mentor Award. And before we do that, because this is the time, this is kind of, we have the last session, we will wait for the divisional jury to come up. I hear that the decision has been made finally. We are waiting for the decision to be made. And I've heard that decisions have been made, and now the jury is back here after deliberation, so we'll wait for them to come up. And meanwhile, while they come up, we will do something different. At least I'll try to do something different. We have a whole day of presentations here. Let's see, or let's listen to something which was shown here last year. How many of you were here last year? Lovely. So, how many of you remember the rap video? So you're ready to sing with us? Who is ready to sing with us? Anybody ready to sing with us? The rap video. Anybody can come up on stage and join me? Yes, come on. Anybody who can come up on the stage and join me in the rap video? No one? Okay then, it's my turn. But I'll keep it short because it's too long. I'll just keep it a short one. Yeah? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Hey, hey, people in the house. Solar Decathlon India, what it's all about. Net zero building, that's what it's all about. Real world problems, solutions. We use technologies and crazy simulations. We learn to design with new innovations. The challenge is exhausting, it's intense, it's a drill. The 10 mat contest, sharpen your skill. Net zero energy, water and stuff, and affordable too. That's crazy enough. Thank you. One more attempt. That was a glimpse. That was a glimpse of my failed career as a rap artist.
Hello, Suyeshi.
Come on. Come. Suyeshi, please come on.
Oh, the jury is here.
No, what? We can do it. The jury missed my performance. Retake. All the best. Ready? Three, 2, 1.
Solar Decathlon India, what's it all about? Net zero building, that's what it's about. Real world problems need innovative solutions. We use technologies and crazy simulations. We learn to design with new innovations. This challenge is exhausting, it's intense, it's a drill. These 10 mat contests sharpen your skill. Net zero energy, water and stuff, and affordable too, that's crazy enough.
Whoa!
Anybody else?
Okay. That's great. We start the award ceremonies now. In the morning, we announced the winners of the divisional, of the building division awards, but we didn't announce the runners-up, right? So that is still there, and I see it's almost a full house, and I hope the teams, all teams are here, and we will proceed with the award workings. But this time, I won't announce them. I request all the jury members, all the division jury members to please come up on the stage. Along with them, I'll also request Chaitali Bhattacharya, Satish Kumar, and Sandeep Kumar Mitra to join them on the stage. Please give up a hand for the jury members. Only division jury members for now. All the division jury members, please come up on the stage. Along with them, Chaitali Bhattacharya, Satish Kumar, and Sandeep Kumar Mitra. Please put up your hands. Please don't stop. Please put up your hands for them. They have had long hours of deliberation, discussions. It's not easy to judge a competition as tough as Solar Decathlon India, where top quality students and teams present their work, right? I think we all agree to that. All right. Ready? Okay. So first, I would ask Chaitali Bhattacharya and Piyush Shekhsaria to come up and announce the Community Resilience Shelter Division Award and to give away the trophies. Piyush will announce the award winners and Chaitali would give away the trophies, please. You can if you want.
So for the Community Resilience Shelter, the runners-up team is Advaya. And Team Advaya, please come on stage. And the citation that we've given them for their work is that we found that they did a really good context analysis and tried to address the issues of resilience in a holistic way, going beyond the brief that SDI gave them. Congratulations, Team Advaya. And the winners are Team Ekatwam. The jury found their engagement with a particularly vulnerable tribal group, the Katkaris, extremely commendable. And we also found that they approached the problem in a comprehensive way with a lot of passion. Congratulations.
Thank you, jury members. Next is Educational Building Division. So I request Aarti Nain, Surya Kakani, and Satish Kumar to please. I'm so sorry. Next is construction worker division. Construction worker division. And I request Shashwati Chetia and Nilesh Sonowani to present the trophies.
Okay. Before we announce the runner-up, we have to preface this by saying that the difference between the runner-up and the winners was so close. If we could have given, made it a tie. Okay. The runner-up team from the Construction Worker Housing Division had a very appealing business model and commercial innovation. The runner-up is Team Aikyam from Manipal School of Architecture and Planning and Manipal Institute of Technology.
Yes, team, please come up on the stage.
And the winning team from the Construction Worker Housing Division, they had incredible innovations, many innovations. And the winner is Team Samarthan from SMEF's Brick School of Architecture and BRAC's Vishwakarma Institute of Information Technology.
A round of applause for them. Thank you, jury members. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Apologies for the gaffe earlier. And the educationist inside me always focus on education. So when I see education word written there, my eyes focus on there. But finally, we have educational building division. And I request Aarti Nayan, Satish Kumar, and Surya Kakani to please come up, announce the winners, and give the trophies.
So in the education division also there was a close call. In fact, we requested a tie but were refused by our coordinator. The runner-up team designed a very cohesive project that resonates with all the SDI goals very well through a very well articulated design. And the runner-up is Team Solastra.
Please come up on stage, Team Solastra. Let us encourage them, please. Let us not stop clapping. They deserve this.
The winning team, of course, Team NOAA, they were very focused. Their approach was very holistic, attempted all the contests very clearly. So big round of applause for Team NOAA.
Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, jury members, and congratulations to the team. Next, we have Multi-Family Housing Division. I request the jury members, Alok Deshmukh, Harsh Thapar, and Deepa Parekh to please come up. Alok can announce, and Deepa can present.
All right, so the runner-up team from the multifamily housing division showed a science-based approach for design which really stood out from the fray. They tried almost literally pushing the envelope for a complex building program. The runner-up is Team Green Warriors.
Team Green Warriors, please come up on stage. Crowd, let us please encourage them. Let's not stop clapping, please.
Congratulations.
Please go that side.
So multi-family housing as a typology has so much potential. Template designs can be replicated and implemented at scale, and so the complexities also vary. The winning team developed a balanced and well-rounded design, demonstrating good understanding of program, context, and performance across all contest areas. We all know who the winner is, but this is what we wanted to acknowledge them for. The winner is Team Genesis.
Thank you, Alok and Deepa. Congratulations to the team once again. Next up, we have Office Building Division. And to make the announcement and present the trophy, I request Anuja Sawant and Sandeep Kaur Mishra to please come up.
I found excitement is more for runner-up.
Because the winners were already announced.
Absolutely. Hold your breath.
I promise they are.
It was very interesting as a reviewer, and I'm missing Dheeraj and Samit, and we really had a great time. There was so much of variety and hard work. Even there was a thought of urban contest a lot, and that's what I liked. So I could see that all the students are taking that kind of a leap, and that's why it was very interesting for us to judge, and deciding of winner and runner was very close-knit. So, Team Unix from IAS College of Architecture, CEPT University, and C. Roderick Institute of Technology. Congratulations. 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 I have to mention one more team, and that is Team Srishti. Very commendable job, very good presentation. It was very hard for us to decide.
Team Srishti, please stand up. Team Srishti, please stand up.
Give them an ovation.
Let's give a round of applause for
They
them as
deserve.
well. Thank you.
Okay, now let me come to the winning team. But I have to say this. For Unix, they came up with a project that incorporates innovative solutions addressing urban commercial complexities. And that's where they deserve this runner-up. And if I have to talk about the winner, they attempted a fresh take on an office building in a rural setting while addressing the aspirations of the community. And so the winner is Team Akang of BMS College of Architecture and BMS College of Engineering. Congratulations. Run. They are faculty member. They are inviting you. Please join us. I just have one little request for the next year. I would love to see all of them wearing more of Indian clothing so that we can rise the temperature of this room and probably do more savings in energy.
The last division, the residential cooling retrofit. I request the jury members Sitish Sawant and Himansha Singh to please come up, announce the winners, and give the trophies.
So the product division, residential cooling retrofit, this is the first time we are doing it at SDI. So I think good job to all the teams that have participated. In fact, all the teams that participated, those who didn't even make it to the finals, there are some teams that got dropped off early on. They didn't have any references, no benchmarks, and I think they've put in a lot of effort to get to here. The runner-up team from residential cooling retrofit division, they've put up an excellent effort towards idea exploration and prototyping, drawing inspiration from the next word I'll say will give it away, from origami. That's Team Navya. Can I request a faculty member as well? Because I think there's been a good amount of guidance from the faculty as well for this team.
Congratulations.
The winning team, of course, I have to qualify a few things. We know who the winner is. Has shown a good understanding of the need and the product that has a good market potential. I think overall the team has put in a lot of effort, and that was very evident in the pitch and the prototype that they had made. Something I want to specifically call out, this is on behalf of Himansha and Yash, who's the jury members not here. The report was a delight to read. This was a D4 report. I think it's going to set a benchmark for the division that's going to participate next year. Oh, I thought you all know who the winner is. Do I need to say it? Team Resolution.
Please come up. Congratulations. Thank you, jury members. And please, let's have a round of applause for all the teams who were here for the podium finish. Thank you, jury members, for your presence. You can please take your position in the audience. Thank you. Put a round of applause for jury members as well. Thank you. I now request the grand jury members to please come up on the stage. Along with them, I also request Ashok Lal, Saket Sharaf, and PC Thomas to join them on the stage, please. Let's put a round of applause for the grand jury members. All right. Now we will see the anticipation, which was missing in the winners section, because now the winners will compete for the grand prize. But first, we have movie awards. For the movie award, I will request Shiny Varghese, Roshni Rebecca Ishaw, and Rohit Mohan Harlin Oberoi to please come up. Shiny Varghese, yes please. Shiny Varghese can do the announcement, and others can present the trophy. Thank you. I'm doing this so that you don't have to resolve among yourselves.
Okay, so the best movie winner, the team taking home the best movie award today is the team whose film had a human connect and told an inspiring story with imagination and clarity. And the winner is Team EcoOp from National Institute of Technology, Tiruchirappalli.
Thank you, jury members, and congratulations, Team EcoOrb. Next is the People's Choice Movie Awards. And for this, I would request Devesh Chandra Srivastav, Ayappa Somayanda, Milind Kolegal, and Priyank Garg to please come up. Devesh, I will request Devesh to make the announcement while others can present the trophy.
So the winner is Team Unix from IES College of Architecture, CEPT. They garnered 6,973 likes. On YouTube.
Thank you so much.
A big round of applause for our jury members once again. Now, before we go to our grand prize, we need to take the moment and acknowledge that behind each of these 37 finalists, there were faculty mentors who supported them. Today, we announce the Outstanding Faculty Award to recognize the efforts of these incredible mentors. This year, Design Builder Australia is generously recognizing the outstanding faculty mentor by covering their registration fees for the upcoming BS 2025 conference in Brisbane, Australia, and $800 for travel-related expenses. A big round of applause for Design Builder, please. To announce this prestigious award, we have Saket Saraf. He is the founder and principal of PS Collective, a platform for advocacy, research policy analysis, and consultancy. He is an advisor to the Solar Decathlon India team as well. Ashok Lal and PC Thomas, I request them to come up and they will present the award, while Saket would announce the citation and the winner of this award. Please.
Thank you. This is a very important award, very close to my heart. So I will take a minute to kind of also brief you about the award because it's not like published as widely as other awards. So, you know, as Pradeep said, we have been celebrating all the work of students, but behind them is all our wonderful faculty mentors. So I would take a minute and ask all the faculty mentors to just stand up where they are, and let's give them a big round of applause.
Yes, please. All the faculty mentors, let's please stand up. A huge round of applause for all these faculty mentors, please.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for that show of strength. Very quickly, how we decided the outstanding faculty mentor, right? So we first asked the faculty mentors to tell us about what they did, how they did, what challenges they faced, how they overcame the challenges, what are the lessons learned, what is their vision for the team, for Solar Decathlon, and for the future leaders, right? But we did not trust them totally, what they told us. So then we asked the teams on what do they think about their faculty mentor, how they benefited, how the faculty members really helped them to navigate the challenge, right? And then we triangulated the two. We also asked the department heads to tell us about the role the faculty mentors did and played to take Solar Decathlon into the curriculum, right? And then we triangulated all of this. It was a very difficult task because we didn't have the opportunity to meet them face to face. And finally, we have a winner. And before I'll take one more minute, right, to announce, I will tell you what the students what the student has to say about the winner. And I was like totally amazed by the kind of adjective the students used to describe the mentor. They said, this mentor is generous with their time, always available, paid attention to details, is encouraging, respected diversity of background, opinions, brought in positivity, and managed the aspiration of the teams and the individuals, right? All the things and beautiful articulation about the role of the mentor. So with that, I would ask PC Thomas to maybe read out the name.
So just before I do that, now that I've got the mic, I just wanted to say that my colleague, Mr. Kumar Ahmed, and myself, representing Design Builder Software of Australia, are very proud to give this award. We just wanted to note that of the 36 teams who came in for design, 22 of you used Design Builder, which is fantastic.
Incredible.
And of the final 6, 4 used Design Builder. Thank you so much. And for every team, there must be at least one mentor who must have helped. So we're very proud to have the opportunity to provide this award. So without further ado, let me open this. So what makes a great faculty mentor? The Outstanding Faculty Award goes to Professor Amlan Sigmund Kaushik, National Institute of Technology, Tirupalli, Team Etheria. So the award is for attending BS 2025. That is a conference, an international conference run by the International Building Performance Simulation Association. This time it's in Brisbane, in Australia. It's a wonderful city. Please come. Please do provide papers. The abstract call is out, ends on July 31st. I am the scientific chair, so please put papers in, right? There are academic papers and project papers, so you can put on either side of the table. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I would request Professor Amlan to say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. I'm deeply honored to receive this excellent award. This recognition reflects not just my own effort, but the collective effort of all my students. Kudos to you all. And my journey with the SDA started last year, and the learnings from the last year experience, as well as the faculty development program which the SDA conducted, that gave us a preparation for this year's competition. So I would really thank SDA for the FDP, as well as the kind of SLMs and the material which is openly available in the website, because we made presentations, the students made presentations of the last year's and previous year entries. So that is the kind of learning we tried from our end. And as a mentor, my role was more to facilitate learning and point students at the right direction. It is they who, I would say, I have learned as much from them as they have learned from me. So it is always a ever learning process. And in this occasion, I would like to recognize my all the students' hard work, especially the team leads, Mr. Roni, Ms. Sangeeta and Ms. Ashwini, for their dedicated hard work. Because it's a 9-month journey, the students need continuous motivation, especially with the academic schedule and the deadlines. It is really hard for them, and they have proven to manage time and do it. Congratulate to every one of you. And to the fellow mentors and educators, let us continue empowering the next generation of innovators. Let us hope for a brighter and greener future. Let us push boundaries and work towards a sustainable tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Prof. Amalan, your mentorship is truly outstanding, and SDI organizers, reviewers have been witnessing the kind of support, guidance, and inspiration you've been providing to your team. It's truly remarkable, and we acknowledge that, and we applaud to that. Thank you. We get to the moment. The grand prize winner. To do this, to do the honors, I would request Prakhar Agarwal, Manisha Natarajan, Niladri Prasad Mishra, and Ashok Lal to please come up. I would request Prakhar Agarwal to make the announcement, and others can hand over the trophy.
I got my specs to read out, and then the mic was given to Prakhar, so it was very disappointing. So he very graciously gave it to me. All right, this is the moment. It was a very tough battle. I mean, I cannot tell you how difficult it was for the jury. But why we chose the grand winner? Given the immense challenges of density in a city like Mumbai and the need of redevelopment, multi-family housing category was the toughest challenge to solve. The winning team worked hard towards pursuing a net zero goal. The winner is?
So because you said multi-family housing, it's Team Genesis.
Louder, please, louder, please. They are the best among, they have been judged best among the 200 and 175 teams of Solar Decathlon 2024. Yes, let the excitement settle down. Then we can take the pick. Yeah, they deserve to be excited, obviously. Team, please stay back. Team, please stay back. Jury, please take your seat. Team, please stay back on the stage. Now, since you have done so much hard work, why not you take some time and share your thoughts? Again, I won't ring the bell now. There will be no right. But it's good to be concise. So share your thoughts, share the process, development, vote of thanks, whatever you want. This is your moment. Revel in the moment.
I've been told I'm quite verbose and I'm quite talkative as well. So I'll try to keep it short, but I'm so grateful to my team and my faculty lead for guiding us throughout the way. I'm very grateful to Pavitra ma'am, Divi, Vora, and all our seniors who have helped us throughout the process. I'm also extremely, extremely grateful for every jury member who has taken out their time and every reviewer who has taken out the time to truly go through every step of what we've done and try and give us the best learning experience and have us improve through every phase of this competition. And finally, I'd like to thank SDI from the bottom of my heart. I think we've all learned so much from this process, and we have so much direction going forward as well. So we're very grateful for this competition because it's designed beautifully. So thank you so much.
I'm going to take a few seconds to thank our team leader, Deepika. She has relentlessly worked day and night with us and sacrificed everything for the solar competition. Without you, this would have not been possible. So thank you so much. And thank you to our faculty mentor, Shriya ma'am. Thank you so much. And Devyani ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, team. A round of applause for them. Congratulations to them for the grand winners. Let us keep putting our hands for the grand jury, for the excellent effort they have put in, for the reviewers, hours of deliberation, pinpointing, and their eagle vision. Thank you all again. Again, please take your seat in the audience. Thank you. Moving towards the end of this amazing event, we still have a trick or two up the sleeve. And to reveal that trick, I would request Prasad Vaidya, the director of Solar Decathlon India, to come up on the stage and take over from me.
Okay, that grand prize winning team, if I remember right, you guys were in after deliverable 3 when you got into the finals. You came in as wildcards, right? Huh? What a rags to riches story. Amazing. I think it just, just goes to show that when you're given an opportunity, you really have to grab it and go all the way. So hats off to you guys for doing that. Amazing work. Okay, so this is not the time for a wrap yet. But this time we have another surprise. But before we get to the surprise, I want to talk to you about everything that has happened through, everybody that has contributed to this year's competition. I don't know, we know that 9 months, lots of things get created. We know that. Babies, for example. But we also have amazing projects and products that got created through 9 months. For that entire 9 months, there was a whole group, a legion of people and organizations that were working hard, contributing, and giving. And that's, in a sense, the story of Solar Decathlon India, is that we have grown because people have been giving and organizations have been giving. And it's giving in terms of kind, it's giving in terms of kindness. And we've made an attempt to list everyone in that scrolling video that you see from time to time. Unfortunately, most of the time that it plays, nobody's in the room. But we're still giving the thanks. And if you can go and watch it on YouTube, but if you watch that video, each one of you is going to find your name in there, because all of you have made it happen. And in It's Our Credits video, it also names organizations, so it's not just going to be you, but you're also going to find other people who are not here today, other organizations who are not here today who have contributed. It's so many people and so many organizations, and that's the only reason we make that video, because it's impossible to put everybody's name and put all the organizations' name in a vote of thanks here. It just takes probably a 5-minute video for us to be able to name everybody. This community that we have, which is in that video, has grown every year. It's now huge. And for the students who are out there, I want you to remember that this is your community. This is the way you're going to make your careers. So all the people who are there in that video, all the organizations that are there in the video are people and organizations you have access to. This makes easier for you to connect with people, connect with organizations for going forward. Take advantage of that. SDI now also has a LinkedIn group for alumni, and all of you are alumni, so you should join that. Of course, and I want you to get other people to join into this movement, so that's why there is now a Coursera course that will allow you and enable you to take this to your friends, to your peers. When you're out of college and into the profession, you can talk to others and get them to learn what you've learned. Now, I want to take a moment to just acknowledge specific groups of people. On behalf of the supervisory group, I want to thank our sponsor, JSW Cement. Do we have anybody here from JSW Cement? Mr. Manjunath? No? Okay. Of course, Design Builder and ACEEE, which is another organization that supports us. PC Kamar, can you just stand up? Thank you so much for all the support that you've given us. We have many organizations as affiliates, but we have amazing jury members. Can the jury members who are here please stand up? Thank you so much. You're not just jury members, you guys are mentors. Thank you. Technical Resource Group members. Come on. Thank you. These are the people who mentor teams for technical difficulties. All my colleagues from AEEE and IIHS and IUSSTF, can you just please stand up? Thank you so much. Thank you. And now those special people who work around the clock, making this competition possible, the amazing and fantastic, super dedicated core team of Solar Decathlon India. Please. Thank you.
Not yet. Maybe next year.
Amrut? Yes, please come up.
Should not stop. Clap should not stop, please.
Matthew George. Are you around? Come on. And after you're done being there, I guess we have to have two people go back in there to operate the slides. Right? Otherwise, I'd ask you to just everybody to stay here. Thank you. This is our core team. No, I'm doing this. No, this. Infosys, whoever's in the room, please stand up. You guys. Thank you for your generosity. You have given us an amazing place to have these finals events. And Ganpati and team who are actually not here, you guys, work hard, give us an amazing facility, and give something for everybody to look forward to for next year. Without you, we can't operate this. What we have seen in these last 2 days, I guess it's just a keystone on the 9 months of work that the students put in, because what you're seeing here is just that fraction of it. And it's the students, their faculty, their mentors, their industry partners, their project partners, everybody pitches in. And these are the young leaders who have now started their journey towards a future. They're on a journey to change the world. And I want you guys to stand up now. You are the stars. Students, faculty. Thank you. You guys know that you are SDI alumni now, right? Yes. So you've put together practical net zero solutions proposed for homes, schools, offices, community shelters across the country. And in the product divisions, the teams put together solutions for sustainable cooling that can go into all our homes. Some of these solutions are really worthy of taking forward. They're not that different from what professionals put together. Actually, if you look at it in 9 months, the students having learned all of this stuff and then put together solutions is pretty amazing. They are worthy of taking forward, and I would ask you to look to your project partners and other supporters and see if there's a way to take them forward. And the Solar Decathlon India team will support you in whatever way we can if you want to take them forward. At this event, we have talent scouts. Raise your hands. Yes, these are the guys who are here to hire the students and alumni. And for the 50 of them. Thanks, Suyeshi. And for the first time this year, we actually had some investors in the crowd who were not just looking for the student work, but also looking at the work from the professionals, from the industry innovators. And I hope that this trend is something that continues, because this is a space where the focus on climate change and the building sector can really help us to get money moving in the right direction. So I hope this is a good beginning. And for the students, obviously this is not the end. You have just begun to take charge of your future and the solutions going forward. But having said all this and having seen all of you all do all the work that you do and everything that you pitch in, there is a whole world out there which is still doing a lot of dumb ways to build. I want to announce the next year's challenge of Solar Decathlon India version 5.0 with a new cute video that we have made called Dumb Ways to Build. Is there anybody in the audience who sings? Yeah. I sing. I did a rap video. Suyeshi sings. I'm pretty sure most of you have sung in the bathroom from time to time. We're going to play the video, and if it catches your imagination, if it catches you, please sing along. All right? Let's go.
Pick a site on a railway track. Put your building on an earthquake crack. Cutting million trees and planting roads and houses with their electrical loads. Dumb ways to build. So many dumb ways to build. Dumb ways to build. So many dumb ways to build. Put your building facing west. Make a toast of every guest. Concrete, steel, here and there. Carbon emissions to poison the air. Dumb ways to build. So many dumb ways that staircase, trip over your gown. Dumb ways to build, so many dumb ways to build. Dumb ways to build, so many dumb ways to build. Start building with no hard hat. Walk barefoot, toes go splat. No gloves on, no goggles too. I wonder what these wires do. Dumb ways to build, so many dumb ways to build. Dumb ways to build, so many dumb ways to build. Building on a melting glacier or a floodplain, letting all your rainwater run down the drain. Heat the earth enough to fry eggs on the sidewalk, with homes that must have ACs always running. These mistakes we make are all avoidable, and that is why we must let go of these dumb ways to build. Dumb ways to build. Dumb ways to build. So many dumb ways to build.
Build less, build smart. A message from Solar Decathlon India.
That's it, folks. I'm going to hand it over back to our MC, Pradeep. Thank you so much.
So many dumb ways to build, and so many smart engineers not to build like these dumb ways, right? Let's give up for all the members of Solar Decathlon India. Who coupled with the knowledge of how to build it right and with this video of how not to build will probably ensure that these ways are not followed again. That's the day. And like all good things, this wonderful day is now drawing close to an end. I would like to once again congratulate all the winners, all the participants who came here, all the finalists who came here for their support, for their hard work that have put through all these ways. As I mentioned towards the beginning of the event, it's not only about winning the Grand Jury Prize or the Divisional Winner Awards. It's about reminiscing the mountain of hard work that you have climbed and reveling in your efforts and it can only go better from here, promising yourself that it can only go better from here. All the presentations are done, and now it's time to relax. Tomorrow is going to be a fun day. We are going to have a tour of this wonderful Infosys campus. The students will also get to meet the organizations working on climate change in our career fair. It will start at 9:30 a.m. in the TT room, where there was the industry presentations or industry exhibition. These companies are offering some great opportunities that you would like to make most of. And then we also have a tour of Infosys campus, as announced during lunchtime. Those who want to take the campus, please assemble after the breakfast in front of the building, in FC2 building, and then from there the tours will start. The tours will be on first-come, first-served basis, so I hope you are there and you'll be a part of the tour. And now, before we end, I would like to invite all the winners and runners-up team to please come up on the stage for a grand photograph. Please, all the winners and runners-up team of all the competitions, please come up on stage.
Okay.
let me do this. Okay. I've already done. And while we're doing this, while students are coming up, I would like to put one more thing out there. Prasad, who was here just before me, he thanked everybody, right? Except himself, obviously. He's very modest, he won't do that. And I have been here, I have been with him, I've been talking to him, right, even since the inception of Solar Decathlon. And this definitely would not have been possible without his efforts. So please, 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 put up your hands together for Prasad Vaidya, Director of Solar Decathlon India. At this point, it's only apt to remember a quote I read somewhere. A leader is a person who knows the way, who shows the way, and who goes the way. Nothing better than Prasad Vaidya than this. Students, please join in a huddle. This is your time. Make sure everybody is visible. Don't fall off the stage, please. Still, safety is paramount. We will keep the auditorium open until 8:30. We'll keep the auditorium open until 8:30. Please don't leave. There'll be a huge group photo for all the people who are here. The cameraman will be here, and you can keep coming on the stage and keep taking photos. Please, all those, you can come in your groups, you can come in school groups, you can come in your TRG groups. Come up on the stage, take photos. This place is available until 8:30 p.m. for photo taking. Okay. Okay. Students, please wait here after you get the photo done. Please wait. Don't go away. There is dinner in FC2, obviously. Please wait, please wait. We are trying to do a photo op. Please, students, please wait. Give us a minute, please. Some patience, little more patience. We are trying to bring a banner, a big SDI, and then we can have a picture with that. So just give us a moment.